forwards over 20 minutes per game. In the playoffs this year, the Oilers have 4 forwards. McDavid, Draisaitl, RNH, and Hyman all playing north of 20 minutes per game, and Ekholm and Bouchard in defense playing 20 minutes a game. Bouchard's playing 25.08 in the playoffs overall, 28.35 in this series. We're looking at 17 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
You know, I think that because we feel like we held the play for maybe the majority of the series here, I think it makes makes this situation that we're in, as daunting as it can be, less daunting. I think that, the unique thing about our club, I think over the year we've shown when we are backed into a corner, that's when we feel most comfortable, and that's when we seem to play our best. So, like I said, we've for majority of this series, the play is, we've kept up or pushed to had them on their heels, and so, it's just coming out and doing it for a full 60 and playing the way that we know we have to play to win games.
That is Connor Brown of the Edmonton Oilers. Meanwhile, the Oilers' Adam Henrique on that line with Brown, and Matthias Janmark had this to say on the Oilers' approach for Game 4.
I mean, it's one game. Go out, win tomorrow night, go from there. You can't look too far ahead. You can't look big picture. You have to just focus on really just that start of the game, that first period, second period, third period, go from there. So, that is the mindset. It's just one game, go from there.
All right, you heard him. That is Adam Henrique of the Edmonton Oilers. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling's Who's Hot and Who's Not. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. Philip Robert's been terrific since going in. He's averaging 15-12 time on ice per game. He's got 2 goals in the 6 games plus 2. I mean, he's playing against Dallas in Florida. He's been good for the Edmonton Oilers. We are in the Stanley Cup final, which means there is no NHL out-of-town scoreboard. It has been brought to you all season long by Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. 14 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHAN, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back. Game 4 Stanley Cup Final. The Florida Panthers with the chance to claim their first ever Stanley Cup championship. The Stanley Cup is in the house. The Edmonton Oilers in a position of proverbial do or die as we bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, you can't win all 4 games at once.
No. Tonight's game's only worth one. That's all it is. So it's simple. Your goal right now for the Edmonton Oilers is to get on a plane to Florida. That's all you want. Just give yourself the chance to get on a plane to go to Florida. And you do that by winning a hockey game. You don't think about winning a series. You don't think about trying to get it back to Edmonton for Game 6. You simple win a hockey game. And if you win a hockey game, you live to play another one. And that's all it is. What you want to do is put a seed of doubt in the Florida Panthers' minds. That's all you want to do, and you do that by winning tonight's hockey game.
So, Rob, when the Oilers had their 3-game losing streak with Chris Knobloch in November, they lost Tampa Bay, Florida, and then ended up losing to Carolina. They got going in the third period against Carolina, and they flipped a switch on their season. They won 24 of their next 27 games. In the third period against Florida, down 4-1, they got 2 goals by funneling pucks to the net and getting net front and presence. Is there a recipe there?
Well, there is, but people keep asking, the Oilers have to get pucks on net. Well, the Oilers have. They've done it over and over in this series. Games 1 and Game 3, they badly outshot the Florida Panthers. They're getting pucks on net. What they need is more people in front of the net. And it's funny, the one goal that Broberg scored, there was still nobody in front of the net. That was just some puck luck. The Oilers have had no puck luck in this series. The Panthers deserve to be up in the series.
They do.
But it probably should be 2-1. If the hockey gods were fair, it'd probably be a 2-1 series, Florida. It's not. Bobrovsky has stolen a game in this series. The Oilers may need Skinner to steal one for them going back the other way. But I said it at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of this series, I felt that Florida should have the advantage in net. It's a 2-time Vezina Trophy winner who's up for a Vezina again this year. They should have an advantage in it, and they do. But the Oilers should have had an advantage on the power play. That's where they should have been able to make
0 for 10 so far.
They're 0 for 10. That, to me, is the biggest reason the Oilers are down 3-0 in this series, is their power play has not scored. If they want to extend this series, if they want to go back to Florida, they are going to need at least one power play goal, if not a couple tonight. They're getting looks. They got to find a way to capitalize.
Rob, is it too simple to look at the save percentages of the 2 goaltenders? It's .953 for Bobrovsky. It's .868 for Stuart Skinner.
If you throw that out in any series without looking at the 2 teams, you'd say, okay, that team's winning the series. It's pretty obvious. Bobrovsky's been great. Well, fantastic in this series. And I don't think Skinner's been bad, but he hasn't made the big saves that Bobrovsky has made. He hasn't stolen goals away from the Florida Panthers like Bobrovsky has from the Edmonton Oilers. There's probably been 7 times in this series where I thought, that's a goal. And we're like, oh. I mean, even the Oilers made it 4-3, and McLeod gets that chance to make it 4-4. This place would have went absolutely bonkers. I can't believe Bobrovsky got it. Now, I don't even know if he saw it. But when things are going right for you, you find ways to make saves. So Bobrovsky, the Oilers have got to continue to put rubber on Bobrovsky. But I like what they did last game. How many times did they fall on Bobrovsky? 4 times, 5 times? They're getting guys in the blue paint. They have to continue doing that tonight.
Rob, during the course of your playing career, either in junior, minors, NHL, you, of course, had a 49-goal, 114-point season with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Were you ever up or down 3-0 in the series?
Yeah, in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yes, I would recall.
We were down 3-0 in the Stanley Cup Finals on home ice, just like the Oilers are tonight. Unfortunately for us, we did not find a way to win. I've been up many times.
That was in 1992, and you guys that year had an unbelievable. Did you not win 10 games? Because
10 or 12, I think we won 12, but the problem was I'm a stats guy, and we'd won 12 in a row. And before the series with the Penguins, they had won 8 in a row, and I'm like, okay, wait a second. If they win 4 straight, they tie the record and beat us 4 straight in the series, and they did.
And you played for Pittsburgh, and of course that year you guys beat the Oilers in 4. That was really the last. It was the pipeline was a big line Murphy along with Dan Foose.
That was fun. I mean, I was playing in my hometown. I think game 4, I had 3 points.
I remember.
Fantastic.
You guys won 7-0.
Yeah, it was a great night.
You stunk that night, Rob.
Well, no, the Chicago Blackhawks were just really good that night.
Yeah, Rob. You guys were. All right, Rob.
This is an opportunity for a story to be written tonight. The Edmonton Oilers have an opportunity to do something special. I believe we're going to see the best effort from the Oilers tonight of the series, but I also do believe that the Florida Panthers are going to have their best effort as well.
Let's go to the Ford Keys of the game, brought to you by Ford, the official partner of your Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. What do you got, Rob?
First of all, don't pass up any shots. Everything on net, everything on Bobrovsky. Get bodies in front of that. Get sticks in front of the net. Finish checks. Be physical. This is a team, the Florida Panthers, they're going to finish everything on you. Do it yourself. Get out of your comfort zone. And at the end of the night, whatever it takes.
Leave nothing on the table.
Whatever it takes. This may be your last opportunity. So whatever it takes, blocking shots, tipping pucks out, diving to get pucks in, whatever it takes has got to be the motto tonight for the Edmonton Oilers.
That is our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob Brown and Reed Wilkins will join us into the roll, first and second intermissions. We are live at Rogers Place. This is Rogers Game Night. The Edmonton Oilers are about 30 seconds away from hitting the ice. Stuart Skinner starting a goal. Oilers looking to elevate the level of their performance. Do or die, down 3-0 against a well-structured team that right now appears to be a wagon in the Florida Panthers with a goaltender that is playing unreal. Stuart Skinner has hit the ice for the Edmonton Oilers. This is Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Up next, Jack Michaels with the call. But for Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
Do or die for Edmonton in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. I'm Jack Michaels alongside Bob Stauffer, and here's what Chris Knobloch has elected to do. He's keeping the same personnel. There will be line changes. Fogle going up on the top line with McDavid and Hyman, but he's starting tonight Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown on the wings with Adam Henrique in the middle. Defensively, it's Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard with Stuart Skinner once again in the pipes, 11-8 in this postseason with a save percentage of .993. Your starting lineup brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers. No changes whatsoever for Florida. The Panthers running the same lineup, and Sergei Bobrovsky in net. It's Edmonton, Florida. The Panthers lead the Stanley Cup Final 3-0. Game 4, an elimination game for Edmonton. Robert Clark with the Anthems.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores!
Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Game 104 for the Edmonton Oilers tonight is the first of what Edmonton hopes will be 4 consecutive elimination games. The Oilers find themselves trailing this best-of-7 Stanley Cup Final 3-0, having lost Game 3 on home ice 4-3. Thursday night, a game where they trailed 4-1, got 2 by Bobrovsky in the third period, and became only the second team in the last 14 games to get 3 on Bobrovsky. They got 3 supportive goals from guys like Warren Foegele, Philip Broberg, and Ryan McLeod, and still didn't win. So now it comes down to one home game. Adam Henrique against Alexander Barkov, and Barkov wins the opening faceoff. We're underway in Game 4. Barkov had the game-winning goal to go along with an assist in Florida's win on Thursday night. The Oilers quickly wristed up the right-hand side, pursuing on the forecheck and dealing Janmark one-timer Ekholm and a save. Sergei Bobrovsky, 17 seconds in. Ekholm, who powered one past Bobrovsky in Game 2, this time foiled by the goaltender who enters tonight with a .953 save percentage in the Stanley Cup Final. Bob, he's won 6 in a row as Florida looks to close out the playoffs with 7 straight wins. It'd be the first time in 32 years that a team in the NHL has managed to do that.
Well, they got great defense. They're the best defensive team in the league, and usually when you have great defense, you look to the position of goal.
The last line of defense, right?
.953 save percentage kind of says it all.
Reinhart winning the face-off, and a clear by the Panthers up the left wing boards. Florida in the white with the blue pants and the red trim. Skating right to left in this first period. Edmonton, the blue and orange, outlined in white. Matthias Janmark picks it up in his own zone. Scoots it over to Ekholm. He'll settle it down. Edmonton will make a line change 40 seconds into this Game 4. Edmonton has outshot Florida handily in 2 of the 3 games, but come up short each time. Shut out 3-0 in Game 1. Then beaten by a count of 4-1 in Game 2 on Monday night in Sunrise. And now on a Saturday night in Edmonton, the Oilers look to extend their season. Sent in deep by the Panthers, Sam Bennett, who's on a streak of his own, points in 6 straight. Funneled back toward the net, picked up by Carter Verhaeghe. Sam Bennett with a broken stick on the ice, fired by Forsling into a crowd, a save made. Broberg was tripped up. Bennett to the net, back door, tipped away, and that was mishandled. Matthew Tkachuk, that pass was right on target, Bob, and he didn't put it in the net. He has not had the best series. Draisaitl plows his way into the offensive zone. He's playing with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Dylan Holloway tonight. And a hard check on Bennett, and Bennett is down, and here come the Panthers. Bennett cannot put any weight on his leg. A penalty coming, and Tarasenko stopped by goaltender Stuart Skinner. The action continues as Bennett, unable to put any weight on his leg, comes to the Florida bench. And we're going to have a penalty whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Referees Jean Hebert and Chris Rooney working with linesman Devin Berg and Ryan Daisy.
They're going to look at this for a 5?
They may very well. I don't know whether a 5 was assessed.
I think that.
Here's Rooney. Bennett looks like he's going to stay on the Florida bench at live speed. It's tough to tell.
5-minute major penalty is under review.
5-minute major is under review. Bennett, and it was...
I think that's a 2-minute penalty.
That was Darnell Nurse who caught him. Well, it's a 5 for now, and they review it. All 5s are reviewable. Bennett was able to stagger off under his own power eventually. Nurse clipped him at 1:53, and Hebert and Rooney are looking at right now, and now Bennett is going off.
Well,
he's going underneath, so...
I mean, he's a hard-nosed, tough player. We know that about him.
To me, Bob, that doesn't look much different than the Warren Fogle hit, to be honest with you.
Edmonton penalty number 2, 2 minutes tripping.
It says 2 minutes for tripping. I didn't think Fogle's was a 5.
Nor did I.
So I thought that clear path.
Bennett got away with one in Game 2. Florida was way better than Edmonton in Game 2, as you know. But Bennett got away with the charge on the Oilers' Philip Broberg. So first power play of the game for the Panthers.
Paul Maurice is furious on the Florida bench.
Connor, we're 2 minutes into this game. Here's the problem with not starting McDavid. He hasn't been on the ice. And now your team's shorthanded.
Alexander Barkov on the faceoff. Florida just 1 for 9 on the power play in the series. Edmonton has killed off 36 of its last 37. And 14 straight at home. And that's pitchforked out of there by Matthias Ekholm. Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Derek Ryan, Cody Ceci, and Matthias Ekholm. Nurses in the box, of course. Sent around the boards by Verhaeghe behind the net. Verhaeghe pounds it right into the glove of Stuart Skinner off a setup from Barkov, and a faceoff will come to the right of the Edmonton net with 2 minutes and 20 seconds having elapsed in this first period. Sam Bennett, in my opinion, Bob, has been Florida's most impactful forward in this series. And I know Rodriguez has 3 goals.
And it's physicality that he provides. We'll see how much time he does miss in this game.
Well, he's underneath right now. Barkov tried to gut it out on the bench, Bob, but eventually led underneath. And off the draw, it's cleared by Edmonton, and Verhaeghe will turn it back toward Brandon Montour. Montour acquired for a 3rd-round pick, one of several acquisitions that Florida's made over the last 3 years that have had resounding success. President's Trophy in 22, trip to the final last year, back in the final this year. Shot coming, and Tkachuk hit the crossbar, and then the Panthers hit a post on the rebound. Bing, bing. Verhaeghe back behind the net. What chances for Florida? First Tkachuk and then Reinhart. Drew Iron. The puck squirts free into the slot and is cleared up the right-hand side, and now 2-on-1 shorthanded. Connor Brown waiting, centering, shooting and scoring is Matthias Janmark. Shorthanded goal. Edmonton. It's 1-0. Janmark second short in the postseason, and the Oilers have the lead in Game 4.
Well, the Oilers got a fortuitous break right twice, 2 posts for the Panthers, a crossbar to post, and then Connor Brown swooped down low, supported the play, and then poked the puck past the pitching man, and that created a 2-on-1. You thought, well, maybe put the puck on the net. Instead, he waited, and Bobrovsky got taken out by his own man, Brandon Montour. Open net tap in for Janmark. It's 1-0 Edmonton.
Brown waited, then delivered into the crease, and Janmark was there to mop up. And now off the draw, Ryan McLeod cuts in front. And that was cleared by Tarasenko. So Tkachuk and Reinhart on back-to-back shots, a second apart, hit a crossbar and a post. McLeod defending as Sam Bennett starts up the right-hand side, so he's fine. Bennett is back in the game for Florida. Kulak to Fogle back behind the net. Broberg unable to clear. Panthers still on a power play here for about 10 seconds, but now it's muscled out, and breaking up ice is Warren Fogle. Drop pass broken up. Chipped through the middle by Bennett. Tarasenko reaching the blue line, and now taking over is Connor McDavid. Finally on the ice, and following the successful kill, here's McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman rolling in over the line. McDavid darting down the middle and had it pried loose. And here's a clear for Bennett up the right-hand side, and we have too many men, and this will be whistled on Florida. Time 4:12 of this first period, so a massive turnaround. Bob, you talked about the Oilers needing a bounce at some stage. They got two, yep. And then came the other way, and Brown able to outlast Florida. And with Bobrovsky down and out, Janmark able to flip it over his prostrate form and give Edmonton a 1-0 lead.
Jack, Leon Draisaitl's at 49% face-offs in the playoffs. He was at 56 in the regular season. He has not been the same since Game 1 against Vancouver, and that's been part of the challenge for Edmonton against Florida in this 0-for-10 run.
Well, Dallas and Florida in particular, very strong down the middle. He had some tough matchups in those series. Here he wins a face-off, and now Bouchard looking to dial it up. Nugent-Hopkins gets it back. Much has been made. Edmonton power play 0-for-10 in the Stanley Cup final. Here's Connor McDavid trying to get the unit off the schneid. It's brought to you by Atco Energy. Here's a one-timer. Bouchard let it fly. But again, Bob, what I've been saying all playoffs long, the penalty kill is why Edmonton's this far. And it comes through again with a shorthanded goal. Brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. This an Atco power play. McDavid dropping it off. Bouchard. And through the wickets, McDavid on a tough pass from Draisaitl. Minute 20 left. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Here's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins collecting and dealing for Bouchard. And yet another depth goal as Bouchard's centering pass went off a skate and flew down the end. But I mean, Janmark, McLeod, Broberg, and Fogle with Edmonton's last 4 goals. Ekholm being the other one. Here's Bouchard. In across the line, shooting, and that was blocked. Rebound over Nugent-Hopkins, and the Panthers muster a clear back to center. Barkov will change. Bouchard with the top unit still on to Nugent-Hopkins down the middle. Draisaitl to McDavid. One-timer Hyman, and that was deflected wide. Draisaitl, Hyman, Nugent-Hopkins, nary a point in this Stanley Cup final. Bouchard has the lone assist. He'll get it back from Draisaitl. Now Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard. In the high slot, peering inside. 20 seconds left on the power play. McDavid from the right faceoff dot. Drifts up top. Draisaitl one-timer off the outside of the post. Rebound, tried to center. Got it back, fired. Save Bobrovsky. Rebound loose. Hyman unable to come up with it. And Bobrovsky got a whistle. With the puck still loose and Bobrovsky without a stick, they whistled it dead with 12 seconds left, and the penalty being served by Evan Rodriguez for too many men. So now second unit comes on. 6 minutes gone in the first period. The point being, Bob, Edmonton's done a lot of things right in this Stanley Cup final, including getting some goals from depth players.
But you need more from your top-end guys, and Bob's had the answer every time.
Because they've had their chances. It's not like they've been completely stoned. Here's Broberg off the draw, fired into a crowd.
He never saw it.
Yeah. It was deflected up around the boards. Nurse down low to Perry, centering pass in tight. Nurse, a shot, save Bobrovsky, and the rebound slapped away from Fogle, and now Rodriguez comes out of the box with a tip to Barkov, and it's a late developing 3-on-2. Barkov, sharp angle shot, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Up the right-hand side, turned over. Forsling had a shot smothered by Adam Henrique and picked up by Fogle in one stride. Up the right-hand boards, angled down low by Perry. Aaron Ekblad able to collect for Florida. Second lead of the series for the Oilers. They also led 1-0 in Game 2 on the road. That game was tied at 1 after 40 minutes, and then Florida got 3 unanswered in the third. Here the Panthers are offside, pouring over the line right to left. But we've been talking about it for 2 months now. And once again, the Oiler penalty killers rise to the fore. 13-11 to go in the first period, with Janmark having scored shorthanded from Connor Brown at 3:11. Now, because of the icing call, Edmonton will have the option, and they're going to go with a new look here of McDavid, Holloway, and Hyman up top.
Fogle was just on the ice.
Face off. And off the draw, chipped up the left-hand side, Verhaeghe at center ice. He'll work down low in the corner. Bouchard able to take it away. Barkov following up offensively. Sam Reinhart in the right circle. One-timer Montour, and that change-up drifted wide. Rebound Ekman-Larsson. Slashed away by Bouchard. Up the left-hand side, Ekholm. He'll fire a dart, and that's out of the reach of Holloway, and that will be an icing call with 12:44 to go in the first period. And Holloway saying, I was ahead of Ekman-Larsson. How can that possibly be icing? But now the officials are going to congregate. I think this face-off, though, will come back into the Edmonton zone. 12:44 to go in the first. Face-off right of Stuart Skinner. 16-14 lifetime in his Stanley Cup playoff career with a save percentage of .889. Lundell off the face-off, and yet he was the better man in the last 3 games against Dallas, and highly touted Jake Ottinger. Can he turn the tide against Sergei Bobrovsky, a 2-time Vezina Trophy winner and a finalist this year? Panthers force a turnover in the neutral zone off the draw, shoveled in by Montour. Gathered by Ekholm, and he'll send it up the left-hand side. Janmark back out there with Henrique and Brown. Janmark over the line, heading for the net. A centering pass tipped home. Adam Henrique makes it 2-0 Edmonton. Janmark, a goal and an assist in the first 8 minutes.
So Matthias Ekholm realizes that Matthias Janmark is posting up at the blue line of the Florida zone, and he wraps a hard rim around the boards, and Janmark fends off his man, gets inside positioning. That was just a great effort. Brown followed the play up, and then a centering pass in front, right to Henrique, and the Oilers are up 2-0.
Matthias Janmark has been getting better round by round and showing the experience of a guy that has a hat trick in a Game 7 to his credit. You don't think of him as a big scorer, but he's now got 3 goals and 6 points in this series and 31 in 88 games in his Stanley Cup playoff career. Henrique from Janmark at 7:48. Off the draw, the Oilers toss it in deep. Rodriguez to Alexander Barkov. In across the line, shot Kulikov, save made by Skinner. Rebound played back, Ekman-Larsson, his shot, save Skinner. Rebound Rodriguez, one-timer Ekman-Larsson, had it blocked. Slashed free, Rodriguez fires again. Skinner makes another save from the left circle. Now Rodriguez gets it right back, driving to the net. Skinner an initial save, and then Rodriguez taken off his feet. Nugent Hopkins slides over to make an outlet pass to Leon Draisaitl. He'll give it up to Corey Perry, and then get it back down low, right corner. Fired from a sharp angle. Bobrovsky's not sure where it is. He has it against Perry, who then bulls his way to the front of the net. And this crowd on its collective feet. Henrique from Janmark and Ekholm. After Janmark had opened the scoring shorthanded from Connor Brown. You wonder if Edmonton was deep enough. Well, thus far, the depth has staked Edmonton to a 2-0 lead in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final, live from sold-out Rogers Place, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit KeplerAcademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers!
deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Back in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, high atop Rogers Place. Rob Brown, Ekholm, Fogle, Broberg, McLeod, Janmark, Henrique. Is Edmonton's depth giving the Oilers new life in this Stanley Cup final?
They certainly are. They've been all world tonight as the depth players are the ones that are creating the buzz in this arena tonight. The Oilers are finally getting some puck luck. Pucks hitting crossbars in their end, finding the back of the net in the other.
Derek Ryan wins the faceoff from Sam Bennett, who shrugged off the injury incurred on a collision with Darnell Nurse. Florida did not cash in on the power play, gave up a shorthanded goal. Now McLeod whistles one on net, and that pinballed off Bobrovsky. McLeod to Derek Ryan. Edmonton's fourth line out there and working in Florida zone effectively. McLeod to Ryan. His shot was blocked, blasted toward the net by Nurse. That was blocked. And coming away with the puck is Carter Verhaeghe. The Panthers bust out right to left. Ekblad will shoot it in from center. Broberg taps it. Verhaeghe able to cut it off. Matthew Tkachuk. He hit the crossbar. Sam Reinhart hit the post. Janmark scored at the other end. Verhaeghe stepped in. That was very close to offside. Rendered academic by the fact that it's poke-checked away by Bouchard and recovered by Reinhart back in his own zone for Florida. Kulikov to Ekman-Larsson. Longtime standout in Arizona, having found new life in Florida, but getting himself in trouble, and he got bopped in the corner. Hung on to the puck too long and was drilled by Hyman, but the Panthers able to break it out. Barkov up to Kulikov. Now a shot from Reinhart and a save made by Skinner, who stopped all 7 shots that have come his way. McDavid gathering steam in over the line, left to right. Shot from distance, kicked out by Bobrovsky against Kulak. He'll wind it around, picked off by Rodriguez into the slot for Barkov. Turns it up ice, and here come the Panthers. Montour, a shot off the rush, and a toe save made by Stuart Skinner. Rebound Bouchard. Lays it off for Ekholm. An outlet pass, misfires for Hyman, and that will be whistled for icing. 9:38 to go in this first period. Rob, in the third period the other night, Edmonton's gallant effort to come back and win that game fell short, but did the Oilers learn anything maybe in the last 9 or 10 minutes?
Well, they learned that you can score goals on Bobrovsky. You learn that it's not just a brick wall there, that you're capable of putting the puck in the back of the net. It just gives you a little bit of confidence. And what you loved about it, it was the role players that were doing it.
So kind of like when Rocky cuts Drago and discovers he's not a machine. He's just a man.
He's human. Bobrovsky is human. But I think a big thing, too, Jack, is that the fact that it was role players that are doing it for them. Tonight, role players are doing it. Eventually, Leon and Connor are going to jump into this game as well, and that just bodes well for the Oilers' confidence.
Edmonton a dump in. Ekblad quarterbacking up the left-hand side for Stephen Lawrence, and he banged it in, but was not yet at the red line. So that will be an icing call against the Panthers as well, with 9:14 to go in this first period. We talked about the Skinner-Bobrovsky matchup, and that Skinner was eventually going to have to start outplaying Bobrovsky. Well, you look at the shots, 8 apiece. 2 of Edmonton's has gone in.
Skinner's made about 3 big saves in this first period, ones that were finding a way past him in the opening 3 games. He got lucky, had a post and a crossbar, but when you're making the other saves, that luck comes to your side, as it was coming to Bobrovsky in the first 3 games of this series.
Knobloch selling out with all kinds of combinations in this first period. We've talked about it. This time it's McDavid, Draisaitl, and Nugent-Hopkins. Draisaitl chased out of the circle, so McDavid will take it against Kevin Stenlund, who's been rock solid, especially on that right side, and he wins the faceoff. Flip back to center. Panthers' fourth line out, and they're going to be able to get a change. McDavid jitterbugging his way back in left to right. Nugent-Hopkins the handoff to Cody Ceci. Now Draisaitl trapped in the corner. Pointless in the series, and Ceci's shot was blocked. Draisaitl has not been held without a point in 4 consecutive games since 2017. Draisaitl to Ceci, picked off by Forsling down the middle. Luos to Reinen. Here's Lundell. Check by CC, back to the point, ripped by Forsling, deflected home. Tarasenko, and Florida's back in the game at 2-1. Vladimir Tarasenko has goals in back-to-back games. He got the go-ahead tally on Thursday, and he revives the Florida faithful with that tip-in.
Forsling again, just a low hummer from the point. And an excellent deflection redirection from Vladimir Tarasenko. Jack, this guy's a goal scorer, you know that.
6 times 30 plus.
49 goals now in 118 playoff games.
That's his 5th this year from Forsling, who, remember, Florida got off waivers from Carolina.
It's unbelievable.
8:34 to go in the first period. He couldn't stick with Chicago either. It's not just Carolina that was proven foolish. Off the draw, Nurse and Broberg handle the puck for Edmonton. Chipped up the right-hand side. Mikkola could not shake that puck free and out of his own zone, so Connor Brown goes back to work for the Oilers. He'll wind it around, held in. Brown protecting behind the Florida net. Edmonton leading by a score of 2-1 in Game 4 of the final. Nurse, a shot that was blocked. Verhaeghe looks to tug back to center and does. Kachuk made a play in the neutral zone for Sam Bennett. He's in, dishes, one-timer, sprawling save. Stuart Skinner on Carter Verhaeghe. Magnificent.
Well, that's his best save of the series, Jack.
Stuart Skinner robbing Verhaeghe, who came in with 10 playoff goals, tied with Draisaitl for second in the league, and Bennett put it right on a platter. And Stuart Skinner flailing with a full lunge to his left, keeping Edmonton in front 2-1. Mark that stop down. We just talked about the fact that at some point, Skinner was going to have to outplay Bobrovsky. Is that the save that starts swinging the final in the other direction? Edmonton, a 2-1 lead in Game 4, 7:52 to play. First period, this is 4 Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long-hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Ouch!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back inside Rogers Place. Barkov, a centering pass off a skate, then off a Skinner. Rodriguez poised right in front of the Edmonton goaltender, who just made a remarkable stop on Carter Verhaeghe, preserving the 2-1 Oiler lead. Brett Kulak rolls over and lines one down the left-hand boards that'll turn into an icing call with 7:25 on the game clock. Florida's outshot Edmonton 11-8 in the high-event first period. But the Oilers came out smoking. Shorthanded goal by Matthias Janmark, and then he set up Henrique for a goal that made it 2-0. Tarasenko tips one home from Forsling moments ago. And the Panthers are on the board but trailing 2-1 in their bid to become the first team to sweep a Stanley Cup final since 1998. Off the draw, Kachuk fires sharp angle and an easy save for Stuart Skinner. That year, Detroit beat Washington 4-0, and it marked a stretch of 4 consecutive Stanley Cup Finals where it was a sweep. Jersey over Detroit, 95, 96. Colorado behind Patrick Waugh's 974 save percentage, swept the Florida Panthers. And then 97, it was a sweep for the Red Wings over the Philadelphia Flyers.
Eric Lindros.
And what turned out to be his last shot at a realistic shot at a cup.
He's probably the best player in the league, 94 to 97, but by 97, 98, the concussions caught up, and then one of Forsberg. I think Forsberg might have been the best guy in the league at that point.
Nurse lofting it up ice, knocked down by Montour. He gave it away to Derek Ryan. Down low, turned over by Verhaeghe. And the Oilers now go to work. McLeod to Philip Broberg in the Florida zone. He'll circle behind the net. A second time a centering pass, and then was tipped away from McLeod by Sam Bennett.
Just put it on the net short side there.
Skinner to Darnell Nurse. Hard pass up the boards. That was no chance. And an icing call whistled against Edmonton. 6:49 to go in the first period. Nurse called for a trip early on in this hockey game, was reviewed, initially assessed a 5-minute major, changed to a 2-minute tripping minor, and not only did the Oilers kill it off for their 37th kill in 38 tries, but Janmark scored shorthanded.
I wonder, Jack, the Oilers' top guns have been a little quiet here, and I just wonder if fatigue has set in. Played a lot of minutes.
Lundell able to win the face-off from Connor McDavid. Thrust down low by Forsing. Luos-Storinen tried to center. Quick shot and a save on Lundell made by goaltender Stuart Skinner. It was Lundell who had the game-winning goal in Game 5 against the New York Rangers. Florida pulling away to win that series in a similar fashion to what Edmonton did to Dallas. Both teams trailing 2-1 in the conference final.
Right now, you mentioned Dallas, good face-off team, and right now, Florida's winning a lot of draws, and Edmonton's having to work, and they're getting picked off of cycles as well on face-off plays.
Lundell against McDavid for a second time. Face-off to Skinner's right-hand side. 6:41 to go in the first. 2-1 Edmonton in Game 4. Florida has beaten Edmonton in all 5 meetings this year. And now McDavid chased out of the circle, replaced by Hyman. Warren Fogle on this line. And a face-off won by Zach Hyman and steered out by Bouchard. On to Fogle. Knocked off his stick. He continues to battle with Ekblad. Put it behind the net. Forsling able to take over. Serve it up. Luos-Storinen. Rink wide to Tarasenko. Right wing drag move around to Ekholm, and then he flipped it out in front, and that'll be covered by Skinner with 6:21 to go in the first. That was fairly well played by Ekholm on Tarasenko. And now a face-off will be to the left of the Edmonton goal. Panthers 8-3 in 1-goal games, trying to close out this series and not have to worry about a long flight back home with the Oilers back in the series and a lot of pressure shifting to Florida for a potential Game 5. That would be Tuesday night, and Bob and I would have it for you again, 6:20 puck drop live right here on 630 CHED and the Oilers Radio Network, as well as Radio Player Canada. We appreciate you pursuing. I don't know what channel we're on Sirius tonight, but however you find us, we appreciate it. Off the draw, Ekholm will launch it back to center. That's going to be knocked down and handled and clubbed back in by Barkov. Ekholm will shoot it up the boards right in front of the Oiler bench. Defended by Kulikov, and then Barkov, the Florida captain, to Sam Reinhart. He'll shoot it in. That's going to be picked up by Kulikov. Shoveled back down low. Sam Reinhart, left circle, given some space, and a late shot block by Connor Brown. And then the rebound whistled through the middle by Bouchard. That'll be another icing call with 5:48 to go in the first. That was alert by Brown. Bob, for a second, it appeared like
everybody backed off.
Yeah, and Sam Reinhart is a guy that I believe has scored 66 goals this year.
There's a stat for you.
Yeah, Todd Marchand, 1997. had 2 shorthanded goals. It had not been done since. Matthias Janmark.
Pretty big overtime goal that year as well.
Yeah, I think closed out a series.
That one wasn't shorthanded.
Face-off win by Stephen Lawrence. Well, it came after maybe the greatest save in Oiler history. Here's Connor Brown charging down the middle of the ice. Janmark belted by Opozo, centering past Brown, and that was picked off by Montour. Flipped off the right-hand boards by Stephen Lawrence, and then fed inside the Oiler blue line. It's going to be handled by Skinner off to Janmark. Pressure from Stanley. Kulak left wing, and Draisaitl's got to step on Ekblad, centering pass to the net. Score! 3-1! Dylan Holloway from Draisaitl, beating Bobrovsky glove side, and the Oilers surge back ahead by a deuce.
Well, great pickup first by Leon Draisaitl on a long stretch pass down the left side boards, and then Draisaitl through the seam on a wonderful elite level finish from the 14th overall pick in the 2020 draft. He was flying. That was a great pickup, and he distributed the puck home.
And that's all of a sudden 5 goals in the last 29 minutes against Sergei Bobrovsky, who had given up 2 in the first 2.5 games. Draw 1, Draisaitl's first point of the series, and off the faceoff, flipped in by Dylan Holloway. The secondary scoring continues to be there for Edmonton. Chipped off the boards and out by the Panthers. Tracked by Draisaitl. He'll hand off to Kulak. 3-1 Edmonton in Game 4 of the Cup Final. And now Sergei Bobrovsky is hearing it from the crowd. We first heard these chants deriding the opposition goaltender 2 months ago. Cam Talbot was the target. Golfed out by Ekblad. Located by Broberg. Lundell manages to wrist it toward the net. Shoveled up the right-hand side. A hard hit on Hyman by Mikkola. And now Darnell Nurse with a giveaway at center. Luos Turinen will fire it back in. Skinner to knock it down. Kulak, by the way, was the man who made that outlet pass to Draisaitl. He'll get the second assist. Luos Turinen has it snatched away by Nurse, but then gave it away again, did Darnell Nurse. Lundell. And a poor pass to the back foot of Ekman Larsson, nearly converted into a breakaway by McDavid. He had an argument for a holding call there. Montour shot it up the right-hand side, eventually slashed back to the Oiler blue line. Ekholm chipped it ahead. McDavid pounded by Ekman Larsson. The play was offside. 3:44 to go in the first period. The goal scorers for Edmonton in the Stanley Cup Final: Ekholm, Foegele, Broberg, McLeod, Janmark, Henrique, and now Dylan Holloway has given Edmonton a 3-1 lead with 3 minutes and change remaining in this first period. It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final, live from Edmonton's Rogers Place. Beautiful afternoon in the city, and nightfall has given way to an Oiler lead in Game 4 with their season on the line. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
3-1 hockey game. Edmonton the lead in Game 4. Barkov a face-off win against Adam Henrique, flanked by Janmark and Connor Brown. And an icing call coming against Florida's. Matthias Janmark has given the 18,347 crammed into Rogers Place a lot of juice in this first period with a shorthanded goal and an assist. And then Dylan Holloway once again coming through with a timely contribution. And depth scoring has carried Edmonton to a 3-1 lead with 3.5 to go. Those are chants of Sergei. Bobrovsky the target. And he's been shelled for 3 goals on 10 shots. Panthers get it in deep. Nico Mikkola, a shot from the point. Skinner down and out. Puck pinball to Reinhart, and then he fought off a hard wrist shot with a blocker, and the rebound gobbled up by Connor Brown. And he'll send it spinning into the Florida zone. Mikkola first on it. Up to Barkov, and the Panthers will reset with Brandon Montour on top of the puck. Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, and Holloway back on for the Oilers. Chipped up the right-hand side. Holloway seemed to think there should have been too many men. Doesn't get the call, and then Ceci with a giveaway. Here's Ekman Larsson in the high slot. Lets one fly. That ticked off the glove of Stuart Skinner, and Sam Bennett on the puck for Florida. Panthers protect. Kachuk out to the point. Weak shot Kulikov. Had it blocked. Here comes Draisaitl, and he was knocked off balance. Ekman Larsson able to pick it up. Shovel up the right-hand side. Kachuk out of the reach of Verhaeghe. Draisaitl didn't seem to argue that one, Bob. Very close. A collision, and he went flying. Kulikov up the right-hand side. Tarasenko streaking down the wing. He has the only Florida goal. Pulls up on the half wall. Could not get it in deep. Nugent Hopkins wanted to leave it for Broberg, who came over and smacked it over to Cody Ceci. Up to Corey Perry. Laid off the boards and smartly tucked in the zone by Derek Ryan. Luostarinen with 2 minutes to go in the first period. Edmonton leading Florida 3-1. First 2-goal lead of the series for the Oilers. Sent in deep by Kyle Okposo. Here's Broberg in the corner. Oh, he was drilled by Okposo. Heavy hit. Broberg pops right back up. Verhaeghe trying to maintain. A shot from distance by Forsling. Picked up by Nurse. Swatted up the left-hand side, but not out. And the Panthers back to work in the offensive zone. Looking to get one back before the period is out. Okposo getting roughed up by Nurse. Carved free by Luostarinen and sent around to Forsling left point. One-timer coming, and it was flubbed by Lundell. Here's Nurse up the left-hand side. He'll get some help. And it's cleared up the middle. A deflected puck is going to be tracked by Forsling and controlled ultimately by Aaron Ekblad. First overall pick in 2014. McDavid first overall a year later. A tip by Barkov off the rush from Rodriguez. Flicked aside by Skinner. Blasted back in by Montour, but Florida's got a tag back up onside. Hyman wrestling with a puck with Mikkola and Rodriguez. Fogle came over and chipped in by McDavid behind Montour. He'll grab it, send it up the left-hand side. Rodriguez is able to nudge it back to center ice with 40 seconds left in the period. Bouchard, a miscommunication. Reinhart tries to take advantage, but Ekholm cut him off. Rodriguez to Sam Bennett in the right circle, and Florida back to work. Reinhart could not handle the pass. Bounced off his stick, and here comes Bouchard with 20 seconds to go in the frame. Hyman tried to flip it in front for McDavid. That was closed off quickly. Rodriguez from the end boards, put it off the glass. Reinhart locates, and now from center ice will shoot it toward the net. Fielded on one bounce by Skinner. Reverse to Bouchard. 5 seconds to go in the period. Crowd rises in unison, and they will let out an appreciative roar as Edmonton charges back into its dressing room, armed with a 3-1 lead after the opening 20 minutes. Stuart Skinner sharp with 13 saves, outplaying Bobrovsky, who was riddled for 3 goals on 10 shots by Janmark, Henrique, and Holloway. And Edmonton doing all this without an actual goal from McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent-Hopkins, Bouchard, and yet they're finding ways to get on the board. Zach Hyman's another guy, still hasn't scored a goal, but tonight, Janmark the spark, Bob, and the Oilers, I thought the third goal every bit as important as the shorthanded goal because Florida started to make a push.
Yeah, great point by you, Jack. I mean, just a brilliant finish by Dylan Holloway. Real smart play by Leon Draisaitl. What a period for Matthias Janmark, Connor Brown, and Adam Henrique. Great job in the PK. Great job at even strength.
Skinner outplaying Bobrovsky.
So far,
that was going to have to happen at some point.
Right.
And it has, perhaps just in time for the Oilers. And Connor Brown now joins us. And Connor, I think you and I talked as far back as the Vancouver series. I felt the penalty kill was most responsible for bringing you to this point. What did you see on the play that resulted in a 1-0 lead?
Well, I saw a loose puck, poked one free. Verhaeghe was kind of, I think it was Verhaeghe going downhill a little bit, so able to get one out. And when I looked up, Bob didn't seem like he was moving back into his net, so I kind of just went around him. Janitor stayed in the crease there, and timely goal.
You guys combined for a great 5v5 goal, but I want to talk about the Holloway goal that restored the 2-goal lead. Brilliant finish. That was great play and really well timed as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was gross all around. Disgusting pass, dirty finish. I mean, fun to watch.
Gross, disgusting janitor. We'll take it. Thanks, Connor.
Yeah, see you, boys.
3-1 lead. You love the nicknames you sometimes pick up. Bob talking about, of course, the 5-on-5 goal by Adam Henrique, who seemingly, I don't know off the top of my head, I believe now he has 9 goals as an Oiler
7.
by a combined, 6 in the regular season.
9, but 7 of the 9.
But I was going to say 9 goals by from a combined, 28 feet?
7 of the 9 goals he has scored right in front of the net. He has unbelievable timing as to how to read a play to go to the net. And that's part of the reason why he's 20 goal scorer this season. And that line has, they've won. The Oilers started with that line. Those guys got a great chance early in the game. A lot of people be like, geez, you didn't start McDavid or Draisaitl. That line's been really good and giving them some momentum here. Oilers a little loose, and boy, high flips and boy, a lot of sell jobs too from the Florida players on. Anytime they get knocked down, they're trying to induce a call here. We know that it's part of gamesmanship. The Oilers got to stay within themselves. They got to manage the puck better when Florida does those high flips and chips, because they created a couple opportunities off that in this period. But when it was Bob filling in for the mistakes that Florida was making first couple games of this series,
Stuart Skinner did it tonight.
Stuart Skinner did it so far.
Yeah, he's got 40 minutes to negotiate, as does the rest of his teammates, who were outshot 14-10 in that first period. But the Oilers able to flip the script a little bit, and the depth scoring continues to be there. Janmark, Henrique, and Holloway with the goals. Tarasenko, the only man to beat Skinner, and it was a tip from Gustav Forsling. It's 3-1 Edmonton through 20 minutes of play in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final, with the Oilers looking to live for another 72 hours. Well, they're 40 minutes away from doing exactly that. Rob Brown and Reed Wilkins with their thoughts on the other side. We are live downtown Edmonton. Oilers 3, Panthers 1. After 1, this is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
It's our YEG with 630 Chad.
Enjoy Under the Stars dining, unique auctions, and more as Capital Care Foundation's Feast on the Field returns to Commonwealth on August 14th. Plus, join the excitement of their charity golf classic August 15th. Details and tickets at capitalcarefoundation.net. Then join the Edmonton Riverhawks and 630 Chad on Canada Day as the Riverhawks take on the Port Angeles Lefties at Remax Field. Keep it locked to Ched next week for your chance to win.
For details on these and more events, visit 630ched.com. Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
The puck squirts free into the slot and is cleared up the right-hand side, and now 2-on-1 short-handed. Connor Brown waiting, centering, shooting and scoring is Matthias Janmark. Short-handed goal. Edmonton, it's 1-0. Janmark, second short in the postseason.
Matthias Janmark going to the net, short-handed. Connor Brown with the setup about 20 seconds after the Panthers on the power play hit a crossbar and a post in rapid succession. That is your highlight zone for Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winter zone. 3-1 Oilers after the first period. Rob, so early in the game, Nurse hits Bennett. They originally call a 5-minute major for kneeing. They review it, change it to a 2-minute penalty for tripping. And like I said, Kachuk and Reinhardt so close. So that's a break for the Oilers. But then those 2 guys on the penalty kill go to work again.
Well, in the first 3 games, we've talked about it a lot, that the Oilers have done a lot of good things, but the puck luck hasn't been on their side. Tonight, in the first 5 minutes of this hockey game, the puck luck was on their side. 2 pucks got past Stuart Skinner. Both times hit iron, and then it goes the other way. Verhaeghe makes an ill-advised pinch. It was a 50-50 puck, and if he keeps it in, they really don't make a play on it. But if he misses it like he did, it's an odd man break against, and you just can't do that when you're on the power play. But then they get a 2-on-1, and Connor Brown, nice play, waiting the defenseman out, finding a spot to put it in front of the net. But what you got to give credit to is Janmark. There was no flyby. A lot of players will fly by 5-on-5. Certainly they will while you're short-handed. But Janmark hung out in the blue paint, waited for the puck to come out. And, again, a depth player for the Oilers. Continues to be the story for the Oilers here in this final series, because it's the depth players that continue to score. But Janmark had a fantastic first 20 minutes, and that got the crowd into that.
Yeah, and then Janmark set up Henrique. 4.5 minutes later, Ekholm got the other assist. I mean, he looked like an NBA forward spinning and going to the basket, and then he sends it in front to Henrique, who's right there, Rob, and that's a play that the Panthers have been breaking up.
Yep.
I mean, the Oilers have been trying those passes, and that time, I can't remember who the defender was, just got a little bit behind Henrique, and he's right at the top of the crease to knife it in. But finally, an Oiler player, rewarded for being right in front of Bobrovsky like that.
Henrique beat Lundell back to the blue paint and got inside positioning. Adam Henrique, we've seen, I know that Jack talked about it, 9 goals now as an Oiler, all hanging around the blue paint. He's a veteran. He knows how to get body positioning. He knows which side to be on. Janmark on that play is throwing the puck into the blue paint. He doesn't know what's going to happen. It's not a tape-to-tape pass. He's just trying to create something, and he did. Henrique goes to the right area. He's rewarded in the right area, and that was a huge goal, and the place went absolutely bananas at that point. And again, it was a depth player scoring a goal for the Edmonton Oilers. At some point, the Oilers' best players are going to get on the score sheet, and when they do, things are going well, because they've now got 6 goals in the last 2 games from guys lower down the lineup.
So in the first 8 periods of this series, Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 78 out of 80 shots. In the last 2 periods, he stopped 11 out of 16. So the Oilers going to keep going. I mean, you said it. He's human. So, I mean, and a save percentage is an average. And the great players have those exceptional runs as he did. So the Oilers got to keep chipping away here.
Well, they do. Keep putting pucks on net. Again, you're not just playing for tonight. You're playing for Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, whatever it may. You just want to continue to throw pucks on net and create just a seed of doubt in the mind of A, the Panthers, and B, Bobrovsky. He's an all-world goaltender. He will bounce back. But in this series, Bobrovsky has stolen a game. Game 1, he stole. The Oilers needed, if they're going to win this series, they need Skinner to steal at least 1. And in that first period, he was excellent. I do believe, as well as the Oilers played, and they have a 3-1 lead, they leaked chances.
Yep.
There was a number of great chances by the Florida Panthers. They easily could have 3. And the biggest one by far, when it was 2-1, a big goal that by Tarasenko makes it 2-1, and then there's a 2-on-1. a wide open 2-on-1. That 2-on-1 was so open that I believe it was Bennett that had it, actually slowed down and almost came to a stop to make the pass across. Reinhardt, I believe it was Reinhardt that had the shot, got all of it. And it went off just the top of the glove of Skinner. He just got enough of it to keep it out of the back of the net. But if that goes in, it's 2-2, and everything that the Oilers worked for, the excitement level in this rink would have been gone. But Skinner made the save that the Oilers had missed in the first 3 games, the save that Bobrovsky had been given the Panthers. Skinner saved a big mistake by the Edmonton Oilers. Yeah. The Oilers, with a 3-1 lead, they do have to be better defensively than the final 40 minutes because there were too many chances in the first 20 that I don't know if you would feel completely comfortable with just a 2-goal lead going forward. So the Oilers got to be much better defensively the final 40.
Yeah, Verhaeghe took that shot. That would have been 2 goals in 42 seconds for Florida after Edmonton had come out taking a 2-0 lead. Think how that would have felt. Think how Florida would have felt. Oh. They're thinking like, anything these guys throw at us, we're just going to come right back. So they still feel fine and think they can come back, but tied would have been different than being down 3-1 for sure. The 50-50 jackpot is $9.89 million. There's an early bird draw at 7:30 for $5,000 for Safeway and at 8 p.m. for a Ford Maverick. 3-1 Edmonton after 1. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through EdmontonsBestHotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. EdmontonsBestHotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through EdmontonsBestHotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. EdmontonsBestHotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. As tonight's Game 4 continues to unfold, Oilers fans were keeping the faith heading into it, especially those spending big bucks like this Oilers fan at tonight's game all the way from Washington, who also plans to be in Florida when the Oilers win the Cup.
If we lose tonight, we fly back sad. But you know what? That's not happening because we're going to win. And I'm going to be at Game 7 in Florida in Fort Lauderdale.
Tonight's free Shania Twain concert in the fan park ahead of the game got the crowd fired up.
Okay, so the rocket scientist. That don't impress me.
Fans started lining up about 8 hours before the free concert began. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We
freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Checking the Other Town scoreboard presented by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. CFL tonight about halfway through the third quarter. Calgary leading BC 17-14. The Blue Jays won today 5-0 over Cleveland. And at the U.S. Open, Bryson DeChambeau, 3-shot lead. He's 7 under after 3 rounds. The top Canadian is Corey Connors. He's tied for 9th, even par, so he's 7 off the lead going into the final round tomorrow. Janmark shorthanded. Henrique. Then Tarasenko got one back for Florida. Then Holloway with Draisaitl getting his first point of the series. 3-1 Oilers after 1 as they come out for the second. Jack and Bob are next. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinusttoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go Oilers.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
We've got a 3-1 game after 20 minutes of Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida leading the series 3-0, looking to execute a 4-game sweep. Teams up 3-0 in the Stanley Cup Final, 27-1. And the off-sided 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs, the only team to rally back from a 3-0 series deficit in the final. But recently, certainly in these players' lifetimes, 2010, 2014, it happened 4 years apart. Flyers over the Boston Bruins, Kings over the Sharks. And off the draw, won by Edmonton, it's Henrique, Brown, and Janmark looking to get started again. But Brown shoots wide, and the Panthers will jam it back into the Edmonton zone. Janmark, a goal and an assist in the first 8 minutes, including a second shorty in the playoffs. First Oiler to do that in 27 years. He'll kick it back to Ekholm, and Edmonton, a neutral zone reload. Bouchard to Ekholm, scrambles his way to the Florida blue line, and then Snaps it in for Reinhardt to play off the boards for Florida. Rodriguez at center, cut off by Darnell Nurse. Rodriguez came into this game with 3 goals and an assist in the Cup final, and now an offside whistled against Edmonton. 47 seconds into the second period. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. How about Oil Country? The 50-50 jackpot is approaching $11 million. $11 million. Tonight's early bird prizing, $5,000 at Safeway and a Ford Maverick. You've still got time for that. $11 million. Do the Oilers, I mean, does this place love their 50-50 or what? I mean, that's just unreal.
This loves
what do we see in other cities? Like $6,000.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, hey, every dollar helps, but $11 million. Fantastic. Offside whistled against the Florida Panthers on the neutral zone draw. The point being, we're not belittling any cause is worth supporting in any amount, but it's just phenomenal the way these 50-50 jackpots continue to generate revenue for Albertans that need them. Battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security. Awesome.
Quick shift change here. The Oilers getting McDavid out against Bennett's line. I think Lundell had done a pretty good job head-to-head against Connor in the first period.
And Sam Bennett wins that draw from Connor McDavid. Wristed down deep by Dmitry Kulikov. Skinner will thrust it up the left-hand boards. Oh, a big finishing hit by Ekblad as he steamrolled Warren Fogle. Oilers break it up. Here's a shot. Score! Connor McDavid off the rush, set up by Hyman. And Edmonton extends to a 4-1 lead in Game 4.
Went blocker's side.
And he shot it.
And Warren Fogle takes a hit and makes the play. Hyman drops it off. McDavid moving his feet. And Zingwin up and over the blocker. We know how good Sergei Bobrovsky is in the lower half of the net.
But he's now given up 6 goals on the last 16 shots he's faced. And maybe those 2 goals that just made it close in the latter stages of Game 3 did mean something. McDavid's on the board. First goal of the series for Edmonton's top 5-point producers. McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins, Draisaitl, Hyman, Bouchard. And wouldn't you know it, it's the captain who breaks through with his 6th goal and his 35th point, 2 more than he had in 2022. And he's now got 20 points in 9 games following a loss in this postseason. That ties an NHL record set by Doug Gilmour in 1993, icing against Florida off the draw. Ekblad, the guilty party. Bouchard will pick up an assist, and that gives him 29 points.
Did Fogle not touch the puck? Is that what they're saying? Because he fired it up the wall.
I think Fogle kind of protected the puck. I'm not sure he touched it. I can only go by what's been credited to this point, but Bob, he may have touched it. So we'll keep an eye on it. Off the draw, it's Ekblad launching down the middle. After that icing call that he took, Ceci, his fellow number 5, gathered and shot it back toward the Florida net. And Bobrovsky gets the Bronx cheer for stopping that one. Luo Starinen off the flip, left-hand side. They'll wave off icing.
Should have been icing.
Ceci back to get it. He was blasted by Lundell. Here's Kulak to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Ceci to Leon Draisaitl. Edmonton determined to not go quietly into the night with a 4-1 lead in Game 4. Opozo to center ice. Kevin Stanley in over the line. Kachuk will put it behind the net for Sam Bennett. A centering pass, and that was blocked. The rebound grabbed by Fogle. Burst of speed over the line. He fans and eventually stripped by Kulikov again. Opozo was hit by Ekholm as he tried to exit the zone. Ekholm turns and fires, redirected by Fogle on net. And Bobrovsky is able to squeeze it short side. 17:37 to play in the second period. Now, Sergei Bobrovsky came into this game at 15-5. Anthony Stolarz, who had one of the best seasons by a backup in the history of the league, he qualified on the number with his appearances 16-7-2, Goals against 2.03, save percentage 925. Bob, do you even consider something if the Oilers tack on another?
Yes, at 5-1 you make the change all day.
Face off to Bobrovsky's right. Off the draw, Nurse smacked it off the boards in front, Adam Henrique, and Brown a swing and a miss. Matthias Janmark centers off the pads of Bobrovsky. Here's a shot deflected behind the net, gobbled up by Brandon Montour up the right-hand side for Alexander Barkov. He got double teamed, and this Oiler fourth line or third line or whatever you want to call them, Janmark, Brown, and Henrique are having a tremendous night, and they're having a really good postseason. Last couple of weeks in particular. I thought Janmark and Brown started to rise to the fore in the Vancouver series, and they've just gotten better every round. Slammed in deep by the Panthers. A shovel in front, delivered by Barkov, deflected out to the high slot, taken by Nico Mikkola. He'll put it behind the net for Rodriguez. He got pinned there by Broberg. Nurse to Connor Brown, and as the Oilers urged on by their crowd, Nurse a shot from distance, and Bobrovsky will make the save, and again, a sarcastic cheer up the right-hand side. Tkachuk got his stick on it. Verhaeghe, centering pass, brushed out of the slot. Good play by Derek Ryan, and worked up the right-hand side by McLeod. Ryan will follow up. McLeod in the corner. Corey Perry trying to work the puck free against Ekman Larson. Flipped back down low to Perry by McLeod. Perry banked it off the back of the net. McLeod hard up the boards, but out of the reach of Cody Ceci. Nearly 4 minutes gone by in this second period, and the Oilers have extended their lead to 4-1 in their pursuit of a win that would keep them alive. Big hit on Ceci by Kulikov, who had to pop back up to brace himself for his collision against the boards.
Hurt Ceci's shoulder.
Ceci will come off. Nudge back through the middle. He's still on the bench, though. Holloway, long outlet pass, center pass, try settle, denied, point blank by Bobrovsky, and then fired by Nugent Hopkins, who was just ahead of Ekholm. Bouchard a hit, and Holloway turned and tried to locate Nugent Hopkins, only to have it intercepted by Montour. Left to right, Lundell. A shot redirected. Let's mark down that save as well, Bob.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Bobrovsky on Draisaitl. Does that give Florida some hope here in Game 4? Flipped up the left-hand side, Dylan Holloway. Checked by Mikkola. Under duress, Mikkola wrestled by Holloway and then fired up the left-hand side. No icing. Skinner to control the puck for Edmonton. Broberg lays it up the right-hand side, and now building speed is McDavid in over the line, right to left, drop pass, reach shot, score! Darnell Nurse, 5-1, Edmonton, running Florida right out of the building.
Well, that was an absolutely exquisite drop and delay, and I'm looking down at that Florida bench. And
here he comes.
Anthony Stolarz, who played for the Edmonton Oilers during the 18-19 season. The Edmonton Oilers maybe have chased Sergei Bobrovsky.
They have. It's going to be his first appearance of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And this crowd is going to let you know what they think of the pull momentarily. Nurse from McDavid. Listen to this crowd.
That's all I'm going to say, Jack. Keep going. They're opening their game up. They're out of their comfort zone right now. They're going to have to try to push the pace to get back in it. You're going to get counter-strike opportunities. Keep going.
Stolarz in his 6 appearances with the Oilers went 0-2 with a save percentage of .897. But his best year in the National Hockey League coming this year. Originally drafted by the Flyers, second round way back in 2012. He turned 30 in January. Barkov up the right-hand side, Rodriguez. Crisscross and poke checked off the stick. Here's Connor Brown up to Philip Broberg. That's Nurse's 3rd career Stanley Cup playoff goal in 69 games. Ekblad, right-hand side. Lawrence back to center. Kulak with a drop-off for McDavid. So Hyman, Draisaitl, with their first points of the series. McDavid, his first goal of the series, and now McDavid burst to speed through the middle, taken off his stick. Kevin Stenlund failed to get it out. Now Fogle will shovel it behind the net for McDavid. It's 3-1 Oilers after one, now 5-1. Here's McDavid centering pass, and Stolarz will pull it in and freeze the puck with 13:56 to go in the second period. Sergei Bobrovsky starched for 5 goals on 11 shots. His night is over. Game 4 thus far, all Edmonton. 5-1 Oilers. We'll be right back with more live second period play-by-play of the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101-23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit kepleracademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 78 of the first 80 shots he faced in this Stanley Cup final, but he's given up 7 goals on the last 23 shots that have come his way. And all of a sudden, you've got a situation where Anthony Stolarz is in the game. His first appearance of the postseason. And the Florida Panthers find themselves down 5-1 in Game 4 of this Cup final. Off the face-off in the Florida zone, Corey Perry tried to center for McLeod off the side of the net. Tracked down in the high slot by Ceci, who flung it down low, so he's okay. Derek Ryan threw it around the boards for McLeod. Under pressure from Mikkola, shot Ceci, dribbled toward the net, and ultimately Corey Perry will be the first one on that. He lingers as Ryan and McLeod try to shake that puck free. Perry behind the net, poke checked away by Stolarz. And ultimately cleared down the middle, big hop, and that'll be an icing call whistled against the Panthers with 13:08 to go. In this second period, it's a 5-1 game for the Edmonton Oilers. Stolarz, his first action since he beat Toronto back on April the 16th. But again, had a terrific regular season, and he's not some untested rookie. Paul Maurice, as Bob anticipated, making the move after the 5th goal against. Draisaitl digs in against Kevin Stenlund, and after going 12 out of 13 with 2 goals or less, Bobrovsky's given up 3 or more, 2 in a row. So the Oilers starting to get to Sergei Bobrovsky as the Panthers off the draw will work it up the left-hand side, and Stephen Lawrence jams it down low. Ekholm up to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, right to left. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown with you on the Oilers Radio Network from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. If necessary, Game 5 will be played on Tuesday night in Sunrise, Florida, and we'll have it for you at 6:20 Mountain Time. Panthers shovel it in. Broberg on it. Checked by Verhaeghe. Left behind the net for Matthias Ekholm, and he'll fire it down the middle. That went off Kulikov and right to Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And a hand pass will be whistled. And a face-off will be held back in the Florida zone. 12:22 to go, second period, 5-1 Edmonton. It's interesting because teams down 0-3 in the Stanley Cup final are actually only 8-20 in Game 4. But the last 3 teams to face that scenario have won. So the Oilers trying to become the 4th team in a row to avoid a sweep since the last one back in 1998. Off the draw, one by McDavid. Here's Warren Fogle operating in the offensive zone for the Oilers. Wraparound on Stolarz, a save made, a rebound, reaching forward to Zach Hyman. McDavid is able to pluck it off the end boards, and he'll operate for Edmonton. Spinning on Barkov, who tries to stay with him. One-timer Kulak saves Stolarz, and he'll freeze it with 11:59 to play in this second period. And Edmonton leading by a count of 5-1.
And we're at the mercy here of the shot counter, Jack, but the Oilers have won 60% of the draws so far in this game. And the shots unofficially in the second period are 8-0 for Edmonton.
Florida had the edge 14-10 in the first, but the Oilers took a 3-1 lead, and they've tacked on 2 more. Connor McDavid and Darnell Nurse. Off the draw, the puck escapes the zone and is cleared ultimately to Sam Reinhart. In over the line, Rodriguez, his shot deflected wide of goaltender Stuart Skinner, who was sharp in that first period with 13 saves. Broberg dances away from traffic and hits Janmark in stride. Pulls up against Kulikov, who challenges, and now it's Nurse cross ice. That's going to be tipped away by Barkov, who catches up to the puck. Kulikov to Reinhart, turned it over. Kulak flips it back through the middle, down on the ice, and in a heap, Connor Brown.
And that Ekman Larsson was going at it with Connor Brown for 25 seconds. He got away with 2 punches on the play.
He didn't get away with this one.
Nope.
Slashing. Ekman Larsson chopped him down like a redwood.
He made it count right in the back of the leg where there's no protection.
So this will be the second power play of the game for the Edmonton Oilers.
Just shoot. That's what I would say here, Jack. Especially with this guy in here, Stolarz, and who has been a great goalie. It's a wonderful story. He's come back from significant injuries. Of course, he played for the Flyers when Chris Knobloch was the assistant coach, Jack.
Off the draw, Forsling will wind it up the boards. Oiler power play 0 for 11 in this series. Stenlund will shovel it in. And wouldn't it be nice to kind of get that? We've seen so many players get off the schneid tonight, Bob. If the power play could break through, that would be an added bonus for Edmonton rolling into a potential Game 5. We're not there yet. A lot of time still left. More than half a hockey game. McDavid carries it in. Hyman directs a pass to Bouchard. Now McDavid, left circle, loading, firing off the post. Rebound, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to Bouchard. Gets it back from McDavid and mishandled. I thought that went post and out.
It did go
Bouchard, McDavid, in over the line, Nugent-Hopkins. Top of the left circle. He'll move it back to Bouchard just inside the line. Nugent-Hopkins fires and a save made by Stolarz. And there's another guy that Edmonton would dearly love to get going in this Stanley Cup final. And that's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who played terrific hockey to help close out Vancouver in the second round and also was a key factor against the Dallas Stars. 10:26 remaining in the second period.
Gotten better in each of the respective series as they've gone on, Jack. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Maybe there's more to come there from him.
Right, he was very good deep in the series against Vancouver and Dallas. Oilers haven't gotten deep into this one yet. Draisaitl wins the face-off. Bouchard and Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid hits Bouchard. Right circle wrist shot blocked. And that one stung Barkov. Bouchard gets it right back. Directs a pass to McDavid. Left face-off dot inside one-timer. And Draisaitl just missed. And that rebound clattered off the corner boards and all the way inside the Edmonton blue line. Midway through Game 4. Edmonton 5, Florida 1. Reinhart muscles it inside the Oiler line. McDavid building speed through the neutral zone, cuts to his left, lays it off for Nugent Hopkins. Tried to pop it back to Bouchard, came back to him on the half wall, so he sends it over to Draisaitl. Right face-off circle, tried to center, and the Panthers are going to pick that one off, but unable to come up with it cleanly for a potential 2-on-1 with Reinhart and Barkov. Now Nugent Hopkins with Ekblad having been picked, a shot off the rush, and Stolarz makes a glove save on Draisaitl with 9:31 to go in the second period and 11 seconds left in the penalty. Ekman Larsson for hacking down Connor Brown. That looked like me doing some heroic yard work between playoff games in the Sherwood Park area, Bob.
That amazes me. The money you make, you think you could outsource that?
Well, I'd like to say I did heroic work, but I'd like to say it, but it wouldn't be true. Face off right side of Stolarz. It's what I imagine someone with real skills could do. Nurse sends it across to Broberg. Right circle, trying to backhand it in front and just out of the reach of Stolarz, and then a failed clear by the Panthers. A shot by Nurse, and that ends up in the far corner, and Forsling able to clear back through the middle. 2-on-2 for the Panthers. Matthew Tkachuk will drop it off for Sam Bennett. Driving to the net as Montour fires up high. A save made by Skinner. That puck was loose for a moment and now covered by the Edmonton goaltender with 9:04 to play in the second. And now the Panthers trying to muck it up a little bit.
Well,
and Nurse kind of brushing off Matthew Tkachuk. He understands now's not the time. 5-1 Edmonton, and it was Darnell Nurse scoring the 5th goal on a drop pass from McDavid. Hyman is assisted on the last two, and the Oilers' top guns starting to get going. And as a result, Game 4 in a big way right now in favor of Edmonton. It's 5-1. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top-shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
9:04 to play, second period. Edmonton 5, Florida 1. Connor McDavid and Darnell Nurse with second period goals after Holloway, Henrique, and Janmark had scored in the first. Bobrovsky pulled after giving up 5 goals on 17 shots, and Draisaitl winning a faceoff to Stuart Skinner's left-hand side. Do we know how many shots that Florida has in this period, Bob? Because the shot clock has stopped working.
It's 11-1 for Edmonton.
11-1, so Florida's got 15 shots for the game, but just one in this period. Chipped up the right-hand side by Tkachuk, and that'll be an icing call against the Panthers with 8:41 remaining in the second period. And as best we can tell right now, what's working is the score and time on the big Jumbotron inside Rogers Place.
It's really odd that
we'll try to work around
all the other advanced analytics that are up there are working. The time on ice and everything, just the shot chart's off.
Time on ice is now an advanced analytic. I didn't know we were there. Here's McDavid. It was for me.
Didn't used to be on any of the matrices in the league, as you know.
I know, Bob. I was kidding. Steal by Montour. I know, sense of humor sometimes lost on you. Montour turned it over. Here's Fogle. Dishing. Ekholm shot off the rush and a save made by Anthony Stolarz, who's acquitted himself quite well since coming in. And now more rough stuff in front with Tkachuk trying to get on Connor McDavid.
Tkachuk's going to the ball. This guy.
Pushing and shoving. Ekholm getting in the mix. Montour.
This is what Florida does.
Zach Hyman was initially the man that Tkachuk got on top of, and then when McDavid came to his aid, Tkachuk went right after him. Bennett just drilled McDavid with a left jab, a pretty hard one. Glove on, and now pulls down, and now Warren Fogle is trying to get after Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And this thing about ready to boil over here.
Well, they got to get the extra minor. They might get 2 here. It might be a 5-on-3 out of this, Jack.
Shot clock is now fixed operationally inside Rogers Place, in case you were awaiting that news. 5-1 Edmonton, and we'll sort out the penalties. Sam Bennett appears to be one of those heading to the box. I have to think Matthew Tkachuk will join him. And we'll see what's coming, if anything, on the Edmonton side.
Yep.
Here's Jean Hebert.
Florida penalty number 9 and number 19. 2 minutes each for roughing. 5-on-3.
That's it. 5-on-3. So Bennett and Tkachuk go to the box, and the Oilers are in position to put Game 4 away. 5-on-3 for a full 2 minutes. And as they sort everything out, the Oilers were able to get kind of a mini conversation going at the bench without having to take a timeout here. Now, McDavid having just been on the ice, I wonder whether Edmonton will go ahead and take a timeout in any event. Because if you score 1 or even 2 here, Bob, it's game over. They're going to just keep the play moving. The Oiler defenseman came beneath the circle, so the faceoff will take place outside the zone. But it's a 5-on-3 for Edmonton.
It's what those guys do when they lose. They're going to make you pay a price, and they're losing tonight.
Draisaitl going to be chased out of the circle, replaced by Nugent Hopkins. McDavid and Bouchard acting as the point men. Stenlund won the draw. Ekblad will take a skate up to the red line to try to kill some time. And now drift to his left before releasing the puck behind the Edmonton net. Now Bouchard starts it up the right-hand side. I don't think Draisaitl got a piece of that puck. Stolarz left it for Forsling, and he'll launch down the middle. And now Edmonton on another reset here with 1:35 left on the 5-on-3. Here's McDavid charging his way into the zone. He looks and moves it for Draisaitl, then gets it back up top. McDavid a shot, and that just missed. He was looking to put it on Hyman's stick. Draisaitl snapped it over to McDavid, left circle. Draisaitl one-timer, and that just missed. And you know McDavid wants to get Leon Draisaitl a goal here. Bouchard. McDavid again to Draisaitl. Bouchard one-timer, and that was blasted high to the glove side. Rebound, McDavid left circle. Bouchard. McDavid gets it back from Nugent Hopkins. Brief bobble. Ekblad turned, but couldn't find the puck. Nugent Hopkins back on it. Takes it behind the net. Glides, dishes. One-timer Bouchard had it blocked. Rebound. Draisaitl mishandled. Forsling pressure. 45 seconds left in the 5-on-3. Bouchard. McDavid. Oilers trying to put Game 4 away right here, right now. McDavid, side of the net. Hyman point blank. Bouchard left circle. McDavid loading up, waiting, dishing. One-timer. Draisaitl. No. Rebound score. Zach Hyman. 6-1 Edmonton. Pretty sure Draisaitl's shot hit the crossbar and did not go in. We'll, of course, check it. But either way, either Draisaitl or Hyman has his first goal of the series, and the Oilers have turned Game 4 into a rout. See if we can tell.
That's going to be Hyman's goal.
I think so, Bob.
Was Nugent Hopkins was right there as well.
I don't know. Boy.
It might have been Brian RNH.
Let's see here. Draisaitl off. crossbar, off the back of Stolarz. Yeah, Hyman's goal. Time 13:03. Power play goal, Edmonton's first of the series. 30 seconds left in what is now a 5-on-4, and the Oilers had their second unit on. Hyman's 15th goal of the postseason. Only Crosby and Ovechkin have had 15 among active players in the Stanley Cup playoffs in 1 year. A drive and a save made on Ekholm from distance by Stolarz. The rebound up the left-hand side, Mikkola, and eventually swatted down the ice by Lundell. So Hyman from Draisaitl. Draisaitl's second assist of tonight's Game 4. Steal by Verhaeghe at center. Bennett back onto the ice as Florida returns to full strength. And that shot is deflected out of play. And the crowd now, from its vantage point, going to enjoy the next 26 minutes. It's 6-1 Edmonton with 6:10 to play in the second period of Game 4. And it appears as though both teams will be boarding a plane, and not just one. Tuesday's Game 5, a 6:20 Mountain start right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Face off. Left side of Stuart Skinner. CC up the right-hand side. Now Evan Rodriguez. A wrister into traffic. That was blocked. Connor Brown over to Brett Kulak. Up the left-hand side, Janmark directed toward the Florida net. Here's Connor Brown looking for Henrique, deep left corner. Sam Reinhart in across the line to Barkov, coughed it up. Matthias Janmark in over the line. Brown back to Janmark, backhander and a save, Stolarz. Rebound cleared to Sam Reinhart. Henrique kept it in. Back to Henrique, right circle. He waits. He snapped the pass out to Broberg. His shot blocked in front of Stolarz and cleared to Florida's Sam Reinhart. Draisaitl and McDavid with the helpers on the goal scored by Zach Hyman. And McDavid now up to 36 points in the Stanley Cup playoff campaign. Hyman sent it in. Couple of shots, and he's trading some vicious cross-checks with Niko Mikkola. Centering pass from Foegele, intended for Hyman, broken up. Held in by Ekholm. Left circle, work down low, Foegele. Behind the net, lost the handle. And now you've got a clear coming from Lundell. Bouncing puck corralled by McDavid. Off to Foegele, he'll shoot it in. Around the board, it's going to be picked up by Kulikov and an offside. Or was it icing? I didn't think he was beyond center, was he? No, they're not going to give him the red. Yeah, he was half stride shy, so it is icing against Edmonton. All Foegele needed to do was probably take even a quarter stride.
He was backpedaling on his stride.
4:32 to play, second period. Faceoff comes back in the Edmonton zone with the Oilers leading 6-1.
Well, the way the Panthers play, this is going to become no country for old men hockey. They have a nasty edge to them when they trail in games, and we saw that last year in the playoffs. They've been up a lot, haven't needed to do it as much, but they're going to exact their pound of flesh. You know that, Jack, about this Florida team.
6-1 our score. Matthew Tkachuk to the point, forcing a shot. That was blocked by McDavid. Played back down low for Carter Verhaeghe, who sets the screen for Sam Bennett, top of the right circle. Shot by Ekblad into a crowd. Deflected and picked up, and now a lunging play by McDavid to knock it back to center. Ekblad around the boards. It's Bouchard who scoops and over for Ekholm. McLeod will send it in deep. Stolarz. Panthers fling it through the middle. Tkachuk will shoot it in. Stuart Skinner takes a look. Dishes off. Cody Ceci hoists back through the middle. On tour with 3:45 to go in the period. Nudge back towards center, and Kulak backhands it wide of Stolarz. They signal no icing. Stolarz a moment's hesitation, and then off to Montour. Right-hand side, Stanley building speed, right wing. Couldn't pull the trigger. Thrust it toward the Oiler net. Smacked out of midair by Draisaitl, and he was belted by Oposo. Hard drive to the net, and then tried to feed Ekman Larsson, and that crossed up everyone, and the Panthers have to drift back. Coming up on 3 minutes to play in the period. Shoveled up the right-hand side. Darnell Nurse, a toss up the left-hand boards. Rodriguez back to the point for Nugent Hopkins, and now the Oilers come rolling over the line, right to left. Draisaitl on a Holloway. His shot was blocked. Draisaitl snapped it up top. Open man Nurse, a shot, and Stoller is able to make the save with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to play in the second period. Well, it was a carnival-like atmosphere outside of Rogers Place before the game, with Shania Twain belting out some of her favorites inside the building tonight. The Oilers have laid waste to the Panthers. 3 in the first, 3 in the second. Edmonton rolling in Game 4 at 6-1. And this is 4 Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, the Outco power play is broken through here in the second period, and the Oilers have erupted for 6. 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and Florida has their number 1 goaltender on the bench, Sergei Bobrovsky, and a likely date with the Edmonton Oilers for Tuesday night's Game 5. Off the draw, Nurse's shot tipped wide of Stolar's. Rebound fought for, controlled ultimately by Dmitry Kulikov of the Florida Panthers. Started up the right-hand side of Pozo, and that sails out of play, and that's gloved by Bobrovsky, and he's going to hear it from the crowd a little bit for that one.
How smart of the crowd, though. I mean,
yeah,
they're sitting there recognizing it as well.
Bobrovsky giving up 7 goals on the last 23 shots that he faced.
You know, Jack, the Oilers started Janmark, Henrique, and Brown in this game, and they really got it going. They created a good-look 5-on-5. Huge part of the PK. They're involved in the first 2 goals. That's the third line coming through for you tonight.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the story tonight will be the first period, not the second. And that's no disrespect intended to Connor McDavid, but Edmonton's depth gave him a list when they most needed it. Down 3 games to none in a Stanley Cup final when only 1 team out of 28 has accomplished a win in a series where you trailed 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final. And, oh, by the way, that happened 82 years ago. Speaking of 82, Kevin Stanley trapped in his own zone for Florida. Dmitry Kulikov shovels it back to center. He was also a one-time Oiler. Fired in by Corey Perry, and that's handled and cleared by Niko Mikkola.
Oilers' breakouts have been stellar. They're stretching the ice at will.
Nurse up the get to Adam Henrique right on cue. Janmark with a goal and an assist in the first 8 minutes to get the crowd going, especially the shorthanded goal. Connor Brown will trade the puck with Broberg on the right side, and then they'll let a shot fly that pinballs wide. Rebound Lundell. Might have gotten away with tugging Janmark down. Oilers capitalizing on a 5-on-3 to kind of put the game away when Bennett and Tkachuk took roughing penalties. Opozo able to shield Janmark from the puck. Mikkola up to center, and he'll fire it in with 70 seconds to go in period 2. Anton Lundell swarmed under in the corner. Shoveled back, Tarasenko. Centering pass, quick chance in front. Luostarinen hands off, forcing a drive and a save made by Stuart Skinner, who's also been quite solid tonight. That's just the third shot on goal in the period for the Florida Panthers as Edmonton takes an icing call with 48 seconds to go.
Good for Janmark. Luostarinen gave a little shot to Brown, and Janmark's a good fighter. Went toe-to-toe with Max Domi. Max Domi's a guy that dropped Aaron Ekblad a number of years ago, and Janmark went right over at Luostarinen after he got a little bit of a cheap shot in on Connor Brown.
Connor McDavid has tied Paul Coffey for the 6th most points of all time in the Stanley Cup playoffs, now with 37. And he has the puck off the draw, skating to center, and smartly just backhanding it down low. Bennett will leave it for Aaron Ekblad. Fired down the middle, and that rocketed off the legs of Evan Bouchard. Trying to cross-ice pass, intercepted by Tkachuk, who dumps it back in for Florida. Ekholm up the right-hand side and out. That'll be another icing call whistled against Edmonton with 21.2 to go in a period that has seen the Oilers take 18 shots on net and score 3 more goals. Bobrovsky was on the bench, having stopped 12 of 17. And Stolarz has come in and given up 1 on 11. McDavid a goal and 2 assists tonight. His 31 apples tie Wayne Gretzky for the most all time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's a centering pass off the pads of Skinner. Flipped by Fogle high in the air, and a lunging Rodriguez will knock it down at the Florida blue line. Fogle defends, puts it back through the neutral zone, and that'll be all in the second period. And this crowd on its feet, roaring in anticipation of a victory that will send Edmonton to Florida as well. It'll be a race to the airport, or so it would seem. 20 minutes separating the Oilers from a victory and an avoidance of a 4-game sweep in the Stanley Cup final. 3 in the first, 3 in the second. And again, there's some doubt on that 6th goal, whether it be Hyman or Nugent-Hopkins. But the bottom line is McDavid has scored. Draisaitl has gotten his first points of the series. Either Nugent-Hopkins or Hyman have their first goal of the series. The power play has broken through for the first time. In short, Bob, a lot of those checklist items have opened up. But what's most important from my perspective is that this lead and this result was generated from players deep in Edmonton's lineup, and I feel that if the Oilers are to build on this victory tonight, that will continue to have to be part of the storyline.
Well, everybody thought Florida had better depth and better goaltending, and I think when Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 78 out of 80 shots to start the series through the first 8 periods, you can say, hey, he's brought it. Edmonton's finally broken through, Jack. But as a rule of thumb, when you outshoot a team 18-4 in a period,
you should outscore them.
You should outscore them, and they outscored them 3-0. Now, it will be intriguing to see how Florida handles the third period, because Bennett and Tkachuk have already got...
I don't think they're going to run around.
I don't think, especially after the way the penalties were called, that made it a 5-on-3 for Edmonton, basically handing Edmonton a 6th goal. By the way, I just want to say, Anthony Stolarz has been pretty good since he's gone in there. The Oilers have had
He's been pretty good the entire season.
The Oilers have had lots of opportunities. But, Jack, Edmonton's up by 5 here. They're in a good position heading in the third period to make a trip back to South Florida.
That was succinct analysis. They are in a good position. 5-goal lead with 20 minutes to play.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
Just roll them over. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the way.
I don't have a doubt that I think both teams are thinking the same thing.
I think that started actually after the 6-1 goal. So
yeah. In any event, Edmonton 6, Florida 1. As Bob talked about, the shot differential, glowing disparity, but this game really got its direction from guys like Janmark, Henrique, and Holloway, all of whom scored in the first period, and the Oilers have followed up with their big guns getting off the schneid. McDavid, a goal and 2 assists in the second period alone, and Zach Hyman might have a goal and 2 assists as well. It depends on how that's going to shake out in terms of that 6th goal, but it doesn't look like Edmonton is going to need the 6th goal. The Oilers have plenty. The shots actually have been slightly adjusted. Instead of 18-4, it's now 17-3. Bottom line is, lopsided period, lopsided game 4 in favor of the Edmonton Oilers. They lead it 6-1. There will be a game 5 in Sunrise on Tuesday night. 50-50 jackpot sitting at $12.7 million. Unreal. $12.7 million. Get in. For every $100 you purchase, you get $25 back at Boston Pizza and a $25 sports bet for Play Alberta. That's EdmontonOilers.com/5050. Jackpot $12.7 million and climbing. Reed and Rob are next. This is Four Dealers. NHL hockey. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. All Edmonton. 6-1. The Oilers. Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of oil country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com.
And click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Now building speed as McDavid in over the line, right to left, drop pass, rich shot, score! Darnell Nurse, 5-1, Edmonton, running Florida right out of the building.
And sending Sergei Bobrovsky to the bench. The Oilers get 5 goals in the first 24 minutes and 59 seconds of this game. In the first 8 periods of this Stanley Cup Final, Sergei Bobrovsky made 78 saves on 80 shots. Since then, he makes 15 saves on 22 shots. Pulled after allowing 5 goals on 16 shots tonight. Anthony Stolarz came in. He was beaten by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins on a 2-man advantage. That's the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone, Rob Brown. It is 6-1 for the Oilers after 2 periods. Rob, they led 3-1 after the first period.
Yep.
And then McDavid scores a minute 13 into the second. Massive goal.
It was a massive goal. It started in the first period with a massive save when it was 2-1 by Stuart Skinner. And then since then, the Oilers have completely taken over this game. We've talked a lot over the last 5-6 days about the Oilers that they had played better than the 0-3 record showed. We talked about puck luck. They weren't getting any. And eventually that had to turn. If the hockey gods were fair, this would have been a 2-1 series lead for Florida at worst, because the Oilers had played well enough to have at least 1, if not 2 victories. Well, tonight, the puck luck is going the Oilers' way. The Florida Panthers have an early power play. They hit 2 posts, they hit a crossbar. All of a sudden, the puck comes down the other way, and they score a shorthanded goal. They're getting the bounces, but they're earning them. They're earning the chances they're getting. This has been a very good game for the Edmonton Oilers and a confidence builder, something to on the plane ride down to Florida to be excited about. And what they have done so far through 40 minutes is planted a seed of doubt in the Florida Panthers. Now, just a small seed. It's a very confident team, and a seed of doubt in the goaltender Bobrovsky's mind, who was all world coming into this game tonight. So this was a 6-1 victory and a 2-1 victory mean the same thing. Now, the game ain't over. They mean the same at the end of the night, but scoring 6 and putting 5 past a goaltender that you hadn't been able to solve, that is huge going forward, and the Edmonton Oilers are fully deserved of this 6-1 lead.
All right, so here's the question, and a couple people wrote me this during the second period. Have the Oilers figured out Bobrovsky? I mean, to me, he wasn't going to stop 70 out of 80 out of 8. I mean, I do think there's a little bit of the law of averages.
The law, yeah. To me, I mean, there's some goals that should have gone in early. I mean, the McLeod one, last game that was stopped, I don't think Bobrovsky saw that. When goalies are playing well, they get breaks, they get bounces, and things just hit them. The number of looks that the Oilers have had today have been wide open looks. You think of Connor walking down by himself. He's got the wide open breakaway. You've got Nurse walking in all the time in the world to pick his corner. From behind the net, Janmark throws it out, or Brown throws it out in front for Janmark. I mean, Bobrovsky has no chance on that. But it is a little seed of doubt. Coming into this game, Bobrovsky was completely full of confidence. But, I mean, even superstars will doubt themselves at times. This is a fun night for the Edmonton Oilers, something they can build off. Again, their only goal tonight was to get back to Florida, and they've 40 minutes closer to that.
McDavid has 3 points. Draisaitl has 2 assists. Hyman has 2 assists. Nugent-Hopkins credited with the power play goal. So some of the guys getting on the score sheet tonight that had been struggling. They've changed the shots a couple times. They're now 27-19 Edmonton, 17-5 in that period. And the Oilers had a 2-man advantage. There was a big scrum, and both Bennett and Tkachuk got pulled out of that. And we know Florida is very comfortable doing that. Do you expect more of that in the third period? And if so, how should the Oilers react to it?
Well, I don't expect a whole lot. On that one there, Hyman went in after the goaltender, after the whistle had blown. And you know that if he does that, the Florida Panthers are going to respond. And if I'm the Florida Panthers, you're looking, oh, wait a second. I've got Leon here, I've got Hyman here, I got McDavid here, I got Nugent-Hopkins. I mean, of course they're going to do what they did on that one. Do I expect it to happen again? I guess it all depends on the situation. But I don't think they're going to go looking for it. The one thing that neither team wants is to have somebody suspended for Game 5. They want to make sure that they have their full complement of players. Neither team wants to do anything stupid. But if either team goes into the goaltender after the whistle, there will be response by that team. I had no problem with what the Panthers did, and I like the way the Oilers responded to it. They took their lumps, threw a couple punches themselves, and went out and scored a power play goal.
Nugent-Hopkins from Draisaitl and McDavid is the official on that power play goal. Nurse's goal, by the way, his first of the postseason. McDavid is up to 31 assists in the playoffs, so a lot of things clicking here for Edmonton tonight. The 50-50, the draw's at 11. Can I round it up, Rob? Do you give me permission?
I give you permission.
It's $13 million.
Because by the time you finish saying that, it might change.
Yeah, it just went over to 13.
There
it's 12.98. Now it's $13 million. Now you only get half if you win.
And I only get $6.5 million?
Well, but
it's not done yet,
it could reach $26 million in the next 3 hours, and then you would get 13 if you win.
I got to be honest with you, Reed. I love my job, love working with you. But if I win $13 million tonight...
And I would take you on a golfing trip, and it could be an extended one.
We're going to fly first. We go first class,
We could just disappear. We could be like, what's the most private golf course in the world where Stauffer can't text us?
Exactly, and that's where I call my wife, honey, you won't believe it. I won $100,000 tonight.
All right. The Oilers got to finish this one off and take it to Game 5. They lead at 6-1 after 40 minutes at Rogers Place. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian, Ultra, XL, Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Think you can't go back to school because you have a family or a full-time job? Yes, you can. Northern Lakes College provides a supported distance learning environment, offering a guided learning setting that supports you to succeed and provides the flexibility to suit your lifestyle. Explore programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve. NorthernLakesCollege.ca.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Calgary's water woes dragging on for 3 to 5 more weeks has prompted a state of local emergency. Calgary Mayor Jyoti Gondek signed the paperwork to declare the emergency this morning. This after 5 more problem areas were discovered during an investigation of a major water main break. Gondek says Calgary is speaking with cities across the continent to source parts and expertise to try to complete the repairs as quickly as possible. In the meantime, she's asking Calgary residents to take shorter showers, flush their toilets less often, and become laundry tourists.
If you have friends or family who live outside of Calgary and the surrounding area that's impacted, take your laundry over there as they invite you for dinner.
And there's a continued call for residents of Wainwright, about 2 hours southeast of Edmonton, to continue to conserve their water. Water service was restored Friday night after a mechanical pump problem, but the town says its water level has yet to return to normal. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network. The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Thrusted up the left-hand boards. Oh, a big finishing hit by Ekblad as he steamrolled Warren Fogle. Oilers break it up. Here's a shot. Score! Connor McDavid off the rush, set up by Hyman. And Edmonton extends to a 4-1 lead in Game 4.
It's first of the series as we check the scoreboard for Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. CFL BC beats Calgary 26-17. Oilers coming out for the third with a 6-1 lead on the Panthers in Game 4. Jack and Bob next. 4 Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Pour
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You know, guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Edmonton trailing 3-0 in the series, entering tonight's game 6-1. Our score heading to the third period, very similar to what we saw last night in the NBA Finals when Dallas blew out Boston by 36 points. Tonight, the NHL equivalent. Sasha Barkov off the draw, wrists one high and wide on Stuart Skinner's. We bring it back inside Rogers Place. Edmonton, a joyride of a game 4 thus far. 3 in the first, 3 in the second. Barkov handling, top of the left circle, feeding the point. A drive by Mikkola, a save made, and we got a penalty coming against Edmonton. Stolarz to the bench. A shot by Barkov flung wide. Stolarz is in the game because Bobrovsky was pulled early in the second period after giving up 5 goals on 17 shots. Now as the Oilers touch up, we'll have the power play assessed. Edmonton 1 for 4 on the man advantage through 2 periods. And now Matthias Janmark, who had a goal and an assist in the first 8 minutes,
that's
called for hooking Sasha Barkov.
That's no doubt about it. The 6-1 lead. They're going to call that all day. So out comes Ryan with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Derek Ryan with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Shots officially now 17-4 in that decisive second period where the Oilers turned a good lead into a great one. And now off the draw, Kachuk foiled by Skinner. Point blank on a wrist shot from the left circle. Rebound, Cody Ceci. Kulak defensively, a shot by Verhaeghe, another save by Stuart Skinner. And he'll put it away. Derek Ryan and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins covering up, but Skinner with 2 more solid saves. And maybe it was a good omen, Bob, when Florida was last on the power play. A crossbar from Kachuk, a post from Reinhart, a shorthanded goal at the other end by Connor Brown.
Derek Ryan took the lower half of the net away. That to elevate the puck for Verhaeghe, that shot.
Off the draw, one by Barkov. A shot by Verhaeghe does not make its way through. Matthew Kachuk able to close quickly on the puck at center ice. Barkov to Reinhart, chipped down low. It's Verhaeghe. He'll shovel it back to Matthew Kachuk. Redirected in front. Skinner, a beautiful save on Brandon Montour, who had perched himself in the hash marks. And Skinner, a terrific reactionary save, his 22nd of the night.
Might have gotten a piece of an Oiler there as well on the deflection.
Minute 22 left in the penalty being served by Brandon Montour. Being served by Matthias Janmark. Montour collided with Kulak. I thought he got a stick on it. Maybe it went off Kulak. Here's Reinhart. Little give and go with Carter Verhaeghe. And then when he tried to swing it back to him, jumping into the seam was Connor Brown. Brown driving through a check to the net with a wrist shot and a save made by Anthony Stolarz. And then the rebound attempted to be cleared by Verhaeghe ended up almost going into his own net. Panthers launch it up the right-hand side. Darnell Nurse to Adam Henrique, and it's driven back inside the Florida line. Oilers will get a change on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, which sparked the route that's become Skinner reaching and a shot banged off of him by Lundell that might have also caught the outside of the post. Panthers swing it back to Lundell. Bennett circling behind the net, giving it up. Forced out to Ekman-Larsson. Now a centering pass. Rodriguez gets it back, deep left circle. Tried to go cross ice, deflected high up on the plexi. Handled by Tarasenko. Lundell behind the net. Sam Bennett. 6-1 Edmonton. 12 seconds left on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Bennett a shot, stopped by Skinner. Skinner's faced a ton of rubber, more so than he did in the entire second period in the first 2.5 minutes. But he's been stellar. A centering pass in tight. Rodriguez had his stick tied up and couldn't get a shot away. And the Florida power play dies. The Panthers now 1 for 11 with a shorthanded goal against in this series. Kyle Opozo up the right-hand side. Pushed back the other way by Kulak. Oilers have outscored their opposition 22-4 on special teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Opozo will chip it inside the Edmonton line. Bouchard looking up ice. Draisaitl getting a piece of it against Stanley. Now you've got Zach Hyman. Draisaitl on the ice with Hyman and Derek Ryan. Opozo looking to clear, and then banked off of Ryan. Kulak to Evan Bouchard with 3.5 gone by in the third period. Bouchard will send it in deep. Gustav Forsling hustles it through the middle for the Florida Panthers and shoots it in. Skinner to knock it down. Worked up the left-hand side. That was knocked down by Tarasenko. Shoveled behind the net, Lundell. Out to the point, Mikkola. One-timer, redirected off the right pad of Stuart Skinner. Still loose. Second chance, Luos Torinen had it knocked away. And now Corey Perry takes it into the corner and will wrestle Mikkola. As time ticks inside 16 minutes to go. Tarasenko, Luos Torinen. Checked by Derek Ryan. Funneled back down low by Mikkola. Luos Torinen had it stripped. Ryan belted in the corner. Lundell and Luos Torinen keep Edmonton pinned in deep. Luos Torinen, sharp angle shot, saves Skinner. He'll freeze it with 15:38 to go in the third period. And you talk about score effects. The Panthers have already piled up 9 shots in the first 4.5 minutes of this third period. But they have not scored on any of them. Stuart Skinner having his best game of this Stanley Cup final. And so has the team in front of him at 6-1 Edmonton in Game 4.
Connor Brown with just a great move. Short-handed, almost set up another short-handed goal.
That did catch the post, by the way, on Skinner from Lundell. And then Skinner made a brilliant right skate save towards the tail end of that power play. Panthers, no doubt, just looking to kind of reset their game.
Do what Edmonton did in Game 3.
And carry some momentum into Game 5 as they'll look to close it out on home ice Tuesday night in Sunrise, Florida. Stripped from Bennett. Knifed away from Adam Henrique and played by Kulak down the middle. Connor Brown checked by Ekman-Larsson, far corner, and he takes Ekman-Larsson hard against the boards. Montour up the right-hand side, and the Panthers bust out right to left. Sam Bennett lost the handle, and Cody Ceci with a routine clear, forcing Florida back into its own zone. Montour to Ekman-Larsson, and the Panthers bide their time, completing a line change in the process. Barkov will shoot it around the boards. Taken down low right corner by Rodriguez. Barkov, side of the net, knocked off his stick. Here's Sam Reinhart out to Ekblad, staggering and moving it down low for Reinhart. Taken away by McDavid up the left-hand side. Fogle held in. Hyman finishes his check. Erases Rodriguez from the play, and the Panthers have to regroup in the neutral zone. Barkov shoots it in from the left side. Rodriguez off the boards. Ekblad another shot. Barkov tossed it wide. Off the backhand. The rebound grabbed by Hyman. McDavid locates the puck, sends it over to Ekholm, and it's fed through the middle and shot back in by Ekblad. Line change, Florida, and Ekholm will take a skate and melt some time. 6 minutes having elapsed in the third period. The Oilers with 3 in the first and 3 in the second. Connor McDavid with a goal and 2 assists in the second period after depth scoring, including Janmark's shorthanded goal and assist, proved decisive in the first. Darnell Nurse has his first goal of the playoffs tonight. Had 10 during the regular season. Holloway, a key goal in that sequence, flipped toward the net by Nugent Hopkins and caught cleanly by Stolarz. 13:38 to play in the third period. And Game 4 is a collective party inside Rogers Place. 18,347 saw Shania before the game. And now they're watching a virtuoso performance turned in by an Edmonton Oiler club, thinking the Stanley Cup final has more time remaining. 13:38 left in Game 4. There will be a Game 5. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face-off right side of Anthony Stolarz. Edmonton 6, Florida 1. Stolarz came into the game with 5 minutes gone by in the second period, and the Oilers already having pulled out to a 5-1 lead on Bobrovsky, whose night ended after 25 minutes. Off the draw, Stanley looking for Stephen Lawrence. That was well defended by Darnell Nurse, who became the 17th different Oiler to score a goal in this Stanley Cup playoff run. Game number 104 for the Oilers. 22 in the postseason. Whistled through the middle, and Mikkola shoots from the left wing, and that was deflected wide. We've got a penalty coming against the Oilers, and it might be Nurse in front. He took down Stephen Lawrence. Maybe a cross-check. Time 6:51 here in the third period, and the Oilers on top by a healthy margin of 6-1 as Nurse trudges to the box. Panther power play lifeless, as we talked about. 1 for 11 in the series with a shorthanded goal against. And that came tonight.
And that goal in Game 2 came with about 10 seconds left in the power play, and
it was a key one.
Yeah.
Gave Florida some separation in a game that was still close. 3-1. Rodriguez scoring 2 in the third period as the Panthers pulled away for a 4-1 victory in Game 2. That was tied at 1 through 40 minutes. Off the draw, driven length of the ice by Ceci. Stolarz will knock it down. Nugent Hopkins and Derek Ryan out there for Edmonton alongside Ekholm and Cody Ceci. Oiler penalty killers, 38 for their last 39. Verhaeghe overran a play on the half wall. Nugent Hopkins popped it back, and Ceci sent it the full 200 feet. Stolarz will leave it for Brandon Montour as we come up on 12 and a half minutes left to play in a game that's been all Edmonton from the get-go, and it started with this Napa Auto Parts penalty kill unit. When Brown set up Janmark for the game's first goal, shorthanded, 3 minutes in. Tkachuk shoots it in. Edmonton has led all the way since. Skinner up the boards, but not out. Sam Reinhart to Tkachuk, out to the point, tipped away by Janmark. He and Brown in synchronicity. Shot by Brown, and that was blockered away by Stolarz. Rebound grab by Montour, and that was swept away from him by Brown. Boy, Brown and Janmark are having a heck of a game. Here's Sam Bennett. Away from Ryan McLeod, weaving his way to the Edmonton line. He'll throw it across. Panthers would dearly love to sort something out on this power play. Lundell to Ekman-Larsson. Crowd won't let the Panthers back in it. Ekholm to Fogle, down to one knee for a length of the ice clear. And down to 25 seconds on the penalty to Darnell Nurse. Sam Bennett right to left. Chipping and charging in is Evan Rodriguez. He'll fish it out of the corner for Bennett. Tried to center, tipped away. Broberg took a hack at it. So did Nugent Hopkins. And finally, it was Derek Ryan who pitchforks at the length of the ice. And that'll do it for another fruitless Florida power play. They're 1 for 12 in the series. Ekman-Larsson up the right-hand side. That was brushed in by Kyle Opozo. Ekblad and Stenlund on the right-hand side, trying to maintain. Ekblad sees Stenlund have the puck raked away from him, and now Brown with a burst of speed down the left wing, a little behind Adam Henrique with a cross-seamer. Henrique put it behind the net, and we got a penalty coming against Florida. Brown wrapped up in the corner, and now the Panthers will be placed shorthanded again with 10:44 on the game clock at Edmonton. Game 4 well in hand. A 6-1 rout for the Oilers. Aaron Ekblad to the penalty box. It'll be a slash. And a faceoff will be to Stolarz' right-hand side. And the Oilers up by 5 goals. Well, they send out their top unit. So that means McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, Hyman, and Bouchard.
Still haven't scored a 5-on-4 goal in this series, Jack, so why not?
So it is 5-on-4. Bob's alluding to the fact that Tkachuk and Bennett took penalties in the second period, with Edmonton already up 5-1, and the Oilers capitalized 5-on-3. Now a chance to work on the 5-on-4, but a face-off win and a clear. Lundell to Forsling, and he'll wrap it around the left-hand side. Bouchard back in his own end with 10.5 to go in the game, and Edmonton leading by the comfortable working margin of 6-1. McDavid streaks in left to right, hands to Nugent Hopkins, back to Bouchard. Now Nugent Hopkins, who scored that 6th goal, 5-on-3. McDavid muffed one, and Lundell will fire it up the right-hand boards and out. I do think the first unit will change earlier this time.
No question.
Bouchard from Skinner. Directs it to the on-rushing McDavid. Shot in by Draisaitl. Up the boards, Lawrence created for Stenlund, and it's hammered down the middle. And on cue, that first unit will change. Minute 5 to go in the Atco power play, which is 1 for 4 tonight. And 1 for 14 in the series. Bouchard, a strike to Corey Perry. Now he'll come off. Perry to McLeod, open as Nurse, fires, saves Stolarz, rebound. Fogle shoved off the puck, and that's because Stolarz has it trapped underneath.
What a save that was.
Anthony Stolarz has looked sharp again. He had not played since April the 16th, so 2 full months since his last action. So you talked about serious knee injuries, a guy who's bounced around a little bit on his 5th different team. But he was originally a high draft pick of the Philadelphia Flyers, and 2 of the last 3 years. Remember 2 years ago in Anaheim, he had a good season and actually had the Ducks on the cusp of playoff contention in the first half of the year. Worked up the right-hand side off the draw by Nico Mikkola. He fell down as he tried to attack Ekholm. McLeod skittering his way into the zone. Nurse hit hard with 30 seconds on the power play. A centering pass stuffed by Forsling. Hard rim, but tracked down by Corey Perry brilliantly. Here's Ryan McLeod with ample time left on the power play. Fogle to Corey Perry. From behind the net, he'll angle one to Darnell Nurse. Across to Ekholm. Quick one touch across. Perry from the goal line. Swung it out to Nurse between circles. Moves it. And now waiting is McLeod. Feeds Perry again. Forsling going down for the shot block. There's no shot. McLeod tried to go cross ice, fired on net, and a save made by Stolarz on Ekholm. And the Panthers come up with the puck, and Ekblad's out of the box. He'll join Luostarinen as they head for the net. It's Ekblad who follows it up and tries to center, and a quick shot flipped wide by Sam Bennett. Then he banked it off Skinner, and the rebound shot wide by Luostarinen. Now Verhaeghe onto the ice. A long-range shot tipped wide by Brandon Montour. Out to the point for Ekman Larson. Montour shoveled behind the net. Ekholm, a weak clear. Montour the steal. A one-timer. Bennett rebound. What a save! Skinner on Matthew Tkachuk. Backhander, and Bennett had the stick chopped out of his hands, and that'll be a penalty against the Oilers' Corey Perry. No doubter, but it might have saved a goal. Matthew Tkachuk robbed by Stuart Skinner brilliantly. He's made a couple of tremendous saves tonight. 28 for the game, and as Perry goes to the box for a pretty obvious slash. That was just like Ekman Larson in the second.
A woodchopper's ball there.
Absolutely. Florida will be on the power play, but Edmonton has salted Game 4 away. We're live from the Stanley Cup Final in Rogers Place, downtown Edmonton. Oilers with a 5-goal lead. Back with 8 minutes to go in just a moment on the Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with 4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup Final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
6-1, Edmonton administering a beating of the Florida Pantheon 4. Florida had taken games 1 and 2 on home ice by scores of 3-0. 4-1, 4-3 in Game 3 on Thursday. A blast by Montour off the draw with the Panthers on their 4th power play of the night, and Skinner makes yet another save. That's 29 for Skinner tonight. And Stolarz, who replaced Bobrovsky 5 minutes into the second period with a handoff, and the Panthers start up ice. Trying to revive a power play that has gone stone cold. Shot by Verhaeghe and a save made by Skinner off the rush. Panthers a good power play during the regular season. Reinhart, of course, the leader with 27. From behind the net, shoveled out by Barkov to Sam Reinhart. To the middle of the ice for Verhaeghe, and then Reinhart ushers it around for Barkov. Matthew Tkachuk has been stopped by Skinner and a crossbar already tonight. Down low, Tkachuk waits. Feeds along the boards for Barkov. Reinhart in the slot along with Verhaeghe. A centering pass comes in. Tipped away Montour. Shovels it back to Tkachuk. Pressure from Kulak out there with the Janmark, Brown, And Cece on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, and a cross-seamer disrupted and cleared by Connor Brown. And, Kachuk tried to belt him with an elbow. I mean, he went after him. He missed him. If he had caught Connor Brown there, that might have been a 5-minute major. Shot in by Broberg and settled by Stolers. Crowd loving what's transpired tonight. 3 goals in the first, 3 more in the second for the Oilers. Tarasenko back into the offensive zone. Ekman Larson, a shot from up top was blocked by Lundell. Ekman Larson to Tarasenko. Another shot. Save made on Sam Bennett by Skinner. Rebound Tarasenko could not hold the zone. McLeod got in the lane. Fogle wants a change along with Ekholm. And Edmonton has killed off another one. Corey Perry out of the box, back to 5-on-5 with 6 minutes to play. In a resounding Game 4 rout for the Edmonton Oilers. Tug free by McDavid. He's up ice with Corey Perry. Perry trying to give it to McDavid. In over the line, does so. McDavid in front. Beautiful goal! Dylan Holloway the finish! Edmonton 7, Florida 1.
Very close to offside on the play. They're taking a look at it down on the Florida bench. What a sequence. Brilliant 4-way passing play for the Edmonton Oilers. Wow. Well, if it counts, Connor McDavid has set an NHL record with 32 assists in one playoff season.
Perry to McDavid, Holloway the finish.
It's going to count.
Well, that's because it was a good goal.
It was a good goal. It was a hell of a goal, Jack.
It's 7-1. Here's Skinner up the left-hand side. Mikkola back in his own zone. 5.5 to go. Lawrence up the left-hand side. If you're new to our broadcast, for every 300 goals the Edmonton Oilers score, Bob is worried that at least 250 will be taken off the board. Cece up the right-hand side.
I think it's more like 280.
Shot wide by Lawrence. Shoveled back in by Forsling, and they've just announced the new league record that Connor McDavid has set. 32 assists in a single Stanley Cup playoff year. Just remarkable, a 4-point night. Corey Perry will pick up his second point of the playoffs, and Holloway with 2 more goals tonight and 5 in his initial foray into the Stanley Cup playoffs.
And it's the speed of which he's attacking with that's got to have you excited if you're an Oilers fan.
Ekholm shoots it into the corner. Swinging at it was Derek Ryan, cleared by the Panthers back through the middle, Luos Terrainen. Now, ultimately, it's nice to have the 7 goals, but it's still 3 games to 1.
Yep.
4:20 to play in the third period. It's not an aggregate.
It's just a start.
This isn't soccer.
This is a start.
Bouchard back in his own end. Rifles one up the left-hand side. The speed of Connor Brown will cancel out icing. Tried to chip it around Barkov. It squirted loose into the slot. Montour left it for Reinhart. Flipped ahead, and Montour will fire it back in. So Holloway's 5th from McDavid and Perry. And McDavid has broken one of the great ones' long-standing records. Ekman Larson just inside the blue line. And Florida just milking some clock at this point. Crowd in an absolute frenzy. Here's Sam Bennett from Matthew Tkachuk, and it's sent in deep. Worked around. Oilers break out. They're looking for more. This will be a pass from Fogle to Holloway for the hat trick. He tried to give it back to Fogle. One-timer score! Ryan McLeod. 8-1 Oilers.
He ripped that one home. What a finish from Ryan McLeod's 3rd playoff goal. And it is pure bedlam here at Rogers Place.
Well, it's fitting with Pisani in the building because it's been a let the drums beat Fernando kind of night for Edmonton. The Oilers are rolling the Panthers. McLeod's second goal in as many games, third in the postseason. And that started because Holloway was unselfishly, well, but also not thinking about his hat trick. He was trying to make the extra pass, and McLeod deposits it home, and now we're going to have a penalty. Opozo will go to the box. And the Oilers will be on the man advantage again. Holloway and Fogle with the assists.
Jack, it's not an aggregate. We'll get to it after the break.
8-1 Edmonton over Florida. Oilers will be on the power play on the other side of this timeout. Crowd tells you all you need to know. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
8-1 Edmonton, and the Oilers calling off the Dogs here with a second unit power play on. Fogle, McLeod, and Perry with Nurse and Ekholm. Atco power play tonight, 1 for 5. Nurse twists it down low. It was a 5-on-3 power play goal that effectively ended the competitive phase of this one back in the second period. Shoveled out in front. Nurse's shot. Stolar's able to make the save with 2:45 on the game clock. Opozo in the box for the Florida Panthers. And the Shania Twain mega hit. Man, I feel like a woman reverberating throughout Rogers Place. Fitting, of course. She gave a tremendous performance outside the arena prior to tonight's game, and the Oilers have backed it up with a sterling effort inside. $18,000 karaoke night is broken out here at Rogers Place. Trying to give you a little taste as the Panthers clear back through center.
They're having fun, Jack.
Darnell Nurse quarterbacking, drifting back into his own zone. Nurse will give it to Ekholm. He'll fire it in. Around the boards. Ekblad spinning, trying to find the puck. Shot from distance by Nurse. That sailed wide. Ekholm put it in the middle of the ice, and it was cleared by Ekblad down the left-hand side. The Oilers' top unit will change. At least the top unit on this power play. Now you're getting sugar time for Holloway, Connor Brown, Cody Ceci. Some guys normally don't see the ice during the power play, obviously. Matthias Janmark, especially apropos for Janmark and Brown, who started this whole night with their efforts in the first period. Janmark, a shorthanded goal set up by Brown, and an assist on Adam Henrique's goal that gave Edmonton a 2-0 lead less than 8 minutes in. Brown will chip and charge. Power play inside 10 seconds, cleared by Stephen Lawrence. And now we've got some We Want the Cup chants. And as Bob and I usually do in the final minute of a laugher in the Stanley Cup playoffs, we'll let the crowd tell you how tonight transpired. Here's a steal by Connor Brown. Slap shot, and that was wired up over top. There'll be a Game 5. It'll be played Tuesday night. We'll have it for you 6:20 on the Oilers Radio Network. Dump in by Florida. Nurse to Perry. Cleared down the middle. They're just going to wave off icing here. It's all over. Edmonton in Game 4. And the hair is razor straight on my arms right now. That was something. 18,347, unlike any others. Sure, call us biased if you must, but volume, energy. The Oilers just pouring on tonight, pelting the Panthers with 8 goals on 36 shots. 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third. And Bob, the Oilers will be on a plane tomorrow morning.
Jack, you got the per diem?
I won't tell you when it was handed out, but it's been handed out. And Stuart Skinner should be noted. Good, 32 saves.
Good performance from him.
Especially in the first period when the game was very much hanging in the balance, and then the Oilers turned out the lights with a second period where they outshot the Panthers 17-4 and turned what had been a modest 3-1 lead into a 6-1 runaway. 2 more in the third, window dressing. Stuart Skinner acknowledging the crowd, who will gleefully head for the exits with their team having secured a Game 5 Tuesday night in Sunrise. Obviously, Edmonton won't make any changes. We know Sergei Bobrovsky will return to the starting blocks for the Florida Panthers. If you're Paul Maurice, are you inclined to make any changes in your lineup?
Well, no. I would be.
You've got Cousins and Lomberg.
I'd be very surprised at this stage. They got a good team. Edmonton brought it tonight. Edmonton had a lot. Edmonton got a couple bounces early, Jack, on that first Florida power play.
Absolutely. Kachuk off the crossbar, Reinhardt off the post, and then Brown had the presence of mind to kind of wait out, Sergei Bobrovsky and feed the middle, where Janmark was only too happy to shovel it home. And Bobrovsky's night would last only 25 minutes. The Oilers riddled him with 5 goals. Paul Maurice made the right move in getting him out of there because the rest of the night was just a party. Holloway scoring twice, Janmark with a goal and an assist, and Connor McDavid with a goal and a playmaker with 3 assists. He's about to get a standing O for breaking the NHL record for apples in a Stanley Cup playoff year.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, but Jack, it's got to be stated, it was the support line. That third line that started the game of Janmark along with Henrique and Brown, the work they did on the PK, the shorty. They got the Oilers rolling early. Holloway with a couple as well. Edmonton's support players came over, and then the big boys started feasting. And now we end up in a situation.
We've got a series. 3 games to 1. It's now a series. Both teams are on the board. And I felt like in the intervening 72 hours, those will weigh heavily more on Florida than they will Edmonton. The Oilers are still...
Are they playing with house money right now a bit, do you think?
I think so. I mean, they're still down 3-1. No one expects them to win. Everyone presumes that this will be kind of a celebratory evening for the city of Edmonton,
yes.
a reward for a hockey club that's had a great year in front of its own fans, and now Florida will get back down to business and close it out. Very similar to the way, if you're a basketball fan, you're assuming that Dallas had a night of celebration.
Sure.
The Mavericks weren't expected by most to come out of the Western Conference. They do. And now everyone presumes the best team in the NBA all season long, the Boston Celtics, will close it out on their home court. But just because you assume doesn't mean it's so.
Right.
And I'm sure the Oilers will want to have a say in what happens in Game 5.
One thing that changed the complexion of this game, the Oilers' zone exits. Their ability to get the puck up the ice off a transition opened this game up against Florida. The fans were incredible. You know that. They were jacked. They were going. So the Oilers had lots going on here, but Jack, they did a much better job moving the puck up the ice. The Oilers also won a lot of face-offs early in the game. Oh, by the way, the save percentages into the game, 970 for Stuart Skinner, 771 for the Florida Panthers.
And at some point, he was going to have to outplay Bobrovsky for the Oilers to get back in the series, and he did. And the Edmonton Oilers score 8 goals for the first time in a home playoff game since 1988. That was also the year Gretzky had his 31 assists, a record that has now been surpassed by Connor McDavid with 32 in a single Stanley Cup playoff year. That was a heck of a series. Detroit Red Wings, I think that was the year that Bob Probert had 29 goals in something like 400 minutes, but the Oilers beat the Red Wings 8-4 back on May the 11th, 1988. That's the last time Edmonton put up a snowman on home ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. An 8-1 rout of the Florida Panthers. Skinner, as Bob mentioned, superb with 32 saves, especially early. Janmark a goal and an assist to get the game going. Holloway scored twice. McDavid with a goal and 3 assists. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, his first goal of the series. Hyman and Draisaitl with their first points of the series. Edmonton with its first power play goal of the series. So with all of those trends that were in favor of Florida having come to a resounding end tonight, Bob, what does it mean for Game 5 tangibly?
Check. So here's what I like the most of everything that happened tonight.
Yes.
The Oilers were struggling under the immense forechecking pressure of the Florida Panthers. They were at times, especially in Game 2. They got suffocated, and tonight, Edmonton did an unbelievable job in transition and got chances up the ice, and then Florida kind of unraveled. And you know what? Broberg's helped out going back there. Darnell Nurse, Edmonton's doing a better job managing the puck. Part of Florida's game is the tenacity of their forecheck. That bodes well. Right now, the Oilers are outscoring Florida 2-1 in the special teams battle of the series. The team that has won the special teams battle through the first 14 series is 14-0 in the series. That is a positive sign. It is not out of the realm of possibility, despite the fact that Florida's at home, that the Edmonton Oilers are going to be able to come back here to Rogers Place and force another game. Do not rule that out.
Well, I don't think anyone's ruling it out after tonight. I mean, the Oilers, breaking through in a big way and reminding everyone that, Florida, while a good team, is not this overwhelming juggernaut that, presumably is just going to steamroll every opponent in its way. I think the Panthers are a very solid team, but again, they're a club that lost 4 or 5 as recently as a couple of months ago. Well, we are having someone on our post-game show, a little bit of a miscommunication
it's got to be 4
downstairs.
4 for the Edmonton Oilers, by the way. They got to win 4 straight.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But right now, Bob, I think the same thing that we said on Thursday night holds true. Now they've got to win a road game.
You had maybe the best tweet of anybody after the Oilers lost the other night. Right. And that was, you talked about 2-9-1. Everyone wrote them off.
Right.
5-12-1. Everybody wrote them off. Down
3-2 to Vancouver.
3-2. Everybody wrote them off. Down 2-0 in Game 4 at home. Down 2-1 in the series against Dallas. People were writing off the Oilers. The Oilers dug deep. They played a strong game tonight. They had a lot going on, and they got to build on it for game number 5 back in South Florida.
An 8-1 shellacking of the Florida Panthers tonight. Sergei Bobrovsky gave up 5 goals on 17 shots. In relief, Anthony Stolarz stopped 16 of 19, and it just wasn't enough to stem the tide as Edmonton got hot, got rolling, and a lot of streaks came to an end tonight for the Oilers on the negative side, and it's an 8-1 final. Edmonton over Florida. We'll have Game 5 for you again Tuesday night. That'll be a 6:20 Mountain Time start right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Final shots on goal, and it's relatively academic. 15-8 in the third period and 35-33 for the hockey game in favor of the Oilers. And again, the last Stanley Cup final sweep all the way back in 1998, and the team down 3-0. Each of the last 4 times has come back to at least force a Game 5. And the Edmonton Oilers, the latest to do exactly that again. The only club in the history of the league to win a Stanley Cup when trailing 3-0 in the final. The 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs, who rallied in the third period to win Game 4 at Detroit's Olympia and eventually won that series in 7 games. And how about this? In 10 elimination games, McDavid has 19 points for his Stanley Cup playoff career, and Leon Draisaitl has 18. The only man in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs with more points per game in an elimination game, Kenny Linsman. So there you go. 8-1 our final, and it's the Edmonton Oilers advancing to a Game 5 in Sunrise against the Florida Panthers. We'll have it for you again, 6:20 Mountain Time. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Rogers Place. Edmonton 8, Florida 1. Series is on. Game 5 Tuesday night. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers Postgame Show starts right now.
5-1 exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers Postgame Show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Now building speed as McDavid in over the line, right to left, drop pass, reach shot, score! Darnell Nurse, 5-1 Edmonton, running Florida right out of the building.
That was the 5-1 goal for Century Casinos Highlight Zone all-in, all-game Century Casinos. 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the winner zone. Darnell Nurse made it 5-1. The Oilers, 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third. They bombed the Panthers 8-1. From the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, this is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The large
education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
You're tuned in to the Rogers Postgame Show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Kachuk made a play in the neutral zone for Sam Bennett. He's in, dishes, one-timer, sprawling save, Stuart Skinner on Connor Verhaeghe. Magnificent!
That's the save of the game, brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta oilfield and construction contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit accessinsurancegroup.com. Bob Stauffer, Jack Michaels, Rob Brown, Cam Moon, Reed Wilkins, the Oilers Radio Network. We bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, your assessment on what we saw tonight.
Well, it was a team playing with a desperation tonight. A team that probably deserved a better fate coming into this game. Probably didn't deserve to be down 3-0, but found themselves in that position. And tonight they got puck luck.
Yes, they did.
And I've been saying for the last couple of days that this hasn't been a 3-0 series. This is not one where the Florida Panthers have been the dominant team or deserving of all 3 games. But they've got the breaks. They've got the bounces, and they've played very well. They're a good team. But tonight it went the other way. There's a first period power play. The Panthers probably should have been up 1-0, have a couple great looks, post and a crossbar and an empty net, and it comes down and all of a sudden they score a shorthanded goal, the Oilers do. So they got bounces and breaks and they got goaltending. Stuart Skinner, I know it's a game where you score 8. You're like, well, why talk about the goal? He had 32 saves and some big ones. The one when it was 2-0, the Florida Panthers scored to make it 2-1. With less than a minute later, they have a 2-on-1, and Skinner makes his biggest save of the night. If that's 2-2, all of a sudden, this would have just taken all the energy out of the crowd here. And there would probably have been a sag on the Oilers bench, but he makes the save, and then the Oilers extend the lead. So I don't know where this series is going, but I do know that the Edmonton Oilers have entered it. They've played well enough to be probably tied 2-2.
Sure, yep.
And their goal tonight was simple.
Extend.
Get on a plane to Florida.
It's a start.
Yep, it is. And going to Florida, you never know what can happen. But they have planted. It's just a small seed, but a seed of doubt in the minds of the Florida Panthers. The hardest game to win is the 4th game, and the Oilers. The Panthers haven't got that yet.
Okay, we're gonna go. Do we have Connor Brown downstairs right now?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, hey Connor, it's Bob Stauffer. Double duty today, so thanks for doing that. It's got to be stated. You got the big horses. You know you got the big horses, but the coach starts you guys to start the game. You had a great 5v5 shift, and then obviously you flipped the script on the penalty kill. It can't always be Connor and Leon and Ryan and Zach, can it? It is a team, and the coach has empowered everybody on the team with how he's deployed you guys on the PK. Maybe just a thought on the support staff stepping up and helping get things rolling for you guys tonight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, it's a team game. There's no much more team game than hockey. I mean, you need all 20 guys, and everybody's contributing, whether you're grabbing momentum, making defensive plays, penalty kill, power play. So, that was the recipe right there. We know what that feels like to have a good recipe and get in a good rhythm. And when we get in a good rhythm, we're a scary club.
Yeah, no question about that. I got to say something. When they doubled up the Panthers on the Kachuk-Bennett sequence, gave you guys a 5-on-3. Sometimes you don't see that in the regular season, but I think the officials managed the game a bit there, and you guys obviously scored on the power play. I know there was, you had your thing going with Ekman Larsson all game. But did it settle things a bit down as the game wore on?
Absolutely. I think we did a great job of staying composed and just keep stinging them. I mean, that's the best way you can get back when they want to start running around. Just keep sniping, and that's kind of what we did.
You got to just kind of shake your head at Dylan Holloway a bit. He's got a big personality, and he's coming. He's on the rise, isn't he?
Yeah, that's why we call him Hollywood. I mean, he's a star on the rise. I tell him that, remind him as much as I can, and you can see it with that goal. I mean, he can make some plays that other guys just can't.
One thing about a power play, if you're getting chances, you're still building momentum. Your PK group collectively, and you've all got identifiable roles. You guys have done a great job swinging momentum throughout the playoffs. It's probably been the biggest reason why you guys are sitting playing in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about there's not one reason why we're here. It's everything. I mean, we got 97 and 29 doing their thing. We got a great penalty kill, great power play, excellent goaltending, and that's what it takes to win championships.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the plane tomorrow morning. Thank you for joining us twice during tonight's broadcast.
Yeah, see you in the morning, guys.
You bet. That is Connor Brown of the Edmonton Oilers. We re-engage Rob Brown. We go from Connor to Rob Brown, and think of the year he's had and Janmark, but the coach started them in this game. They had a good 5-on-5 shift, and then they went out there and they turned them on. I mean, those two guys and Holloway in the first period, Janmark, Brown, and Holloway got Edmonton going in the game.
Well, and it starts in the last couple of games. The Oilers' big players, big guns, haven't been as noisy as we've seen them in the past. And credit the Florida Panthers, credit Bobrovsky, and just some bad luck. But the Oilers' role players have come up big, and they have made a difference. Connor Brown was brought in here to play, most likely, was to play on Connor McDavid's line. It didn't work out. Yet you never saw a complaint from him the whole season. He just continued to go out and work hard. Found himself out of the lineup sometimes. But he's made himself valuable. He's made himself an integral part of this team going forward. He's not going to be the guy that's going to be on the first line getting 19 minutes a night.
He's reinvented himself is what he's done.
He certainly has. And can you imagine what this Oilers team would be if they didn't have the penalty killing unit they had? If that third line, and I've liked it since they put it together, and we talked about it when they first I said that right there's your third line, Henrique, Brown, and Janmark. They play with pace. They play with confidence. They've got an abrasiveness to them. They are all very conscious defensively, but they don't give up anything offensively on the other end. They will make plays, and this series ain't over, and it'll be on the back of Leon and Connor in the big moments. But continue to look at the role players of this Edmonton Oilers team to come through as they have in these last two games. Going forward, it's tough scoring in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Normally 8 tonight, but normally it's tough scoring, and you have to pay a price. The Edmonton Oilers do have guys down in their lineup now that are willing to pay that price, and we've seen it the last couple of games.
All right, Rob, great stuff.
Sounds good, Bob.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Smart play of the night brought to you by Catelli Smart Pasta with all natural ingredients. It's the smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. And, hey, lots of options. But for me, Leon Draisaitl's backhand pass on the 3-1 goal to set up Dylan Holloway, who finished it off on a backhand goal. Unbelievable play. Draisaitl with a couple assists. Holloway 2-1-3. The Oilers en route to an 8-1 victory. Oh, yeah, Connor McDavid set an NHL playoff record. 3 assists, 32 assists total in the playoffs. That breaks Wayne Gretzky's mark in a single playoff season. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. We're in the Stanley Cup final. This is the only game that mattered tonight. Oilers win 8-1. They extend the series. It's a start. You're listening to the Rogers Postgame Show.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PV sent you.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
We go to the Molson Cup 3 Stars presented by Molson, whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. Third star tonight, goal, 2 points plus 3. Matthias Janmark, second star tonight, 2 goals and an assist plus 3. Dylan Holloway. And first start of night, a goal and 3 assists plus 2, Connor McDavid. The Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. The Oilers have extended the Stanley Cup final game 5. Florida still has a chance to clinch their first ever Silver Chalice, the Stanley Cup, Tuesday night. Oilers looking to force a Game 6 back in Edmonton. For my play-by-play partners this season, Jack Michaels with all the call of the playoff action, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, Brent Griffiths. Entire Oilers Radio Network team. Our studio producers, Colin Kennedy, down tonight, Angie Quinnell, ace engineer as always, Troy Bowler. Bob Snow for St. Salon. From an electrified Rogers Place, the Oilers deliver a strong performance. They win 8-1, and we go on to Game 5 in Florida on Tuesday night.
The Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhand score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Free by McDavid. He's up ice with Corey Perry. Perry trying to give it to McDavid. In over the line, does so. McDavid in front. Beautiful goal. Dylan Holloway the finish. Edmonton 7, Florida 1.
The Edmonton Oilers are alive. There will be Game 5 in Sunrise, Florida on Tuesday night. That was Dylan Holloway's second goal of the game. Connor McDavid, his third assist of the game on that goal. He has a new NHL record with 32 assists in a single postseason. Wayne Gretzky had 31 in 1988. 8-1. The Oilers win Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers still in control of the series, up 3-1. But the Oilers avoid the broom and have hope. Thanks a lot for joining us tonight. It's 9:21. I am in perhaps the most joyful environment I have ever been in my life. Studio 99 is packed. More people have come up and talked to me and fist bumped me and high-fived me than probably the first half of the season combined, Rob.
There's a lineup.
It's incredible.
There's a lineup to get in here tonight.
It's incredible.
It is absolutely packed. I keep trying to say it's a carnival atmosphere downtown all day long, carried on into here. People are happy, Reed, and they have a really good reason to be.
And the one thing that's really impressed me, a lot of people have come up to me and said, hey, great game. A lot of people say, where's Rob, of course. And nobody has come up and said, we got it. Nobody has come up and said, here's the comeback. Everybody said, that's one. Now we worry about Game 5. I mean, it's incredible. And I'm sure that's the attitude of the team. Well, the team better have that attitude, but nobody's thinking about, I'm sure people are thinking about, but nobody's growing. They know it's 3-1 Florida. Nobody's thinking, we got this comeback. They're saying, there's one. This is great. We celebrate tonight. Then we think about Game 5.
Well, and it's what we were talking about after last game and then again tonight before the game. Enjoy the ride. We don't know where this is going. This may end on Tuesday night. This may end in a victory a little over a week from now in a Game 7 win. We don't know, but enjoy the entire ride. Don't jump on the bandwagon for Game 7 if it comes to that. Get on now. This is fun. I mean, if you're an Oilers fan, you have been through a lot over the last 18 years. You've been through a ton of different emotions this year alone, from the way the season started, the 18-game winning streak, having to fight back in the Vancouver series, the Dallas series, and now having to do it here again against the Florida Panthers. But that's all part of the ride. And I know that Connor McDavid mentioned it. If winning a Stanley Cup was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. It ain't easy. The Oilers tonight put on quite a show. Everyone in this place is having a party, and good for them, because we get to see another game. And that's all it is right now. You get to see another game, and let's go win that one.
Yeah, 8-1. The final tonight. By the way, the 50-50 draw is at 11 o'clock. The jackpot is just under $16 million. Maybe worth getting a ticket if you don't have one.
They showed
already.
some of the dudes in the Jumbotron. There's one guy, he had a sheet of paper that had to have been the length of about 6-7 feet long, it seemed like. He bought a lot of tickets. He's hoping. And if you do not hear from Reed and I before Tuesday night's game, it's because we won.
We're finishing the series.
Are we really?
I am.
Well, we actually might fly to Florida to do it from there then.
We could just go ourselves. That's true. 8-1, the Oilers win it. So a few things, Rob. First of all, they break through against Bobrovsky. He stopped 78 of 80 shots in the first 8 periods of the series. In the next 45 minutes, he stopped 15 of 22. They actually changed the shot total. Now, we know he's better than that.
Yep.
But what does it mean that the Oilers took shots on this guy that actually beat him?
Well, it just gives you a little more confidence now with the puck on your stick. If he would have, in the first period, if he would have completely shut the door, then you'd be hesitating. And then you'd be, okay, do I want to pass this? Do I need to change my angle? Do I hold on to it a little bit longer? The worst part you can do as a hockey player, any athlete, is think. Everything's got to be instinctive. And I think he had gotten into the heads a little bit of the players, and they are probably changing their approach to him. Tonight they shot pucks and went in the net. Now the next game, you just feel good about yourself. And you don't have to think. You just keep doing what you have been doing. And on the other end of it, Skinner was sensational tonight. And it was an 8-1 victory, and he probably didn't need... I mean, you're thinking, why are we talking about the goalie? But when it was 2-1, he made an unbelievable save on a 2-on-1, which would have made it 2-2. The Oilers' 2-0 lead could have disappeared in a minute. But he made a save in that moment, and that's what the Oilers hadn't got. When they made a mistake in the first 3 games, it seemed like it was in the back of their net. Well, tonight it was the opposite. When Florida made the mistakes, the Oilers scored. When the Oilers made their mistakes, Stuart Skinner bailed them out.
We're going to make Skinner the 4th star of the game for Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Yeah, you need some bounces, and now the Oilers are getting some. Going back to Broberg's goal last game, Florida's on an early power play. Kachuk off the post, and then 2 seconds later, or Kachuk off the crossbar, Reinhart rebound off the post. Oilers score shorthanded. You mentioned that Skinner save. That would have been 2 goals in 42 seconds after the Oilers had a 2-0 lead.
It would have quieted the crowd.
And Florida's thinking we're going to win the Stanley Cup.
100%.
We got 3 goals in 6 minutes last game. We're not doing great tonight, and we're tied. Skinner makes that save. And he was busy in the first. I mean, there was the one spectacular save. He made a lot of other good saves, because you said it after the first period. Even though the Oilers had the 3-1 lead in the first period, they had struggles, and Florida's good at winning those blue line battles. Edmonton had trouble getting the puck out at times.
Yeah, and the Oilers were loose a little times defensively. There was odd man breaks for the Florida Panthers. They had some good looks. There's a couple really good redirections of the puck coming from the point that Skinner was able to find and get a piece of. It wasn't perfect, but the Florida Panthers, 3 victories, none of those were perfect either by Florida. They got some breaks, some bounces, some great goaltending to clean up the mistakes that they made. It is obviously a series now. There is a little bit more pressure now on the Florida Panthers. They're going home. I'm sure we're going to get a much better effort, but they don't want to come back to Edmonton. And the Oilers right now, you're playing free, because the expectation of winning the Stanley Cup has really fallen for most people about the Edmonton Oilers. So you're just going into the game and let's go see what happens. Let's go out and find a way to get a victory. So now the Edmonton Oilers are going to fly to Florida, and they got 1 goal. Let's get back to Edmonton. And so they just a little check mark for tonight. We got back to Florida. Now we're going to put a new goal up on the board. Let's get back to Edmonton. And the Florida Panthers are going to want to close out, because they've given the Edmonton Oilers life. and you do not want to give them a bigger breath of life by losing on home ice in Florida on Tuesday night.
8-1, the Oilers win it for the fourth time in the postseason. For the first time this series, the Japanese Village goal light is on 630ched.com. We activate whenever the Oilers score 5 or more in a game. You can print up a coupon for a free appetizer at Japanese Village, now open for lunch at Edmonton South and West Edmonton Mall, an afternoon celebration for the census. So the 3 stars were McDavid, Holloway, and Janmark. Matthias Janmark, Rob, shorthanded goal. And that comes 3:11 into the game. And then he sets up Henrique for a 5-on-5 goal. So Henrique, I mean, at that point, he's only at that point in the game, he's only a point behind Connor McDavid for the team scoring lead in the final. McDavid, but I mean that's that third line. Now the third line, not the fourth line anymore. The third line.
They've never been the fourth.
Another
line.
Excellent game. Brown and Janmark on the PK. Henrique scores, and they were big early to give the Oilers a lead that they didn't relinquish.
Well, when you're third and fourth line, the first thing you want as a coach is a line in the bottom 6 that you feel comfortable in any situation. That if somehow there's an icing, you're in your own zone, the other team puts out their top line, you feel comfortable. And with Henrique, Brown, and Janmark, Knobloch would feel very comfortable with them. They are very good defensively. They make the right decisions. They're rarely ever on the wrong side of the puck. They get pucks in deep. They don't turn it over. They get pucks out on the blue line. Janmark especially plays with an abrasiveness to his game. So as a coach, you're like, okay, I feel really comfortable putting that line on the ice. And when you're trying to keep Connor and or Leon away from Barkov, now you can put that line out against Barkov. Now Barkov, when he's not checking, he's scoring. Right. So now you're like, okay, we're keeping our big guys away from him. Who can we put out? Okay, well, let's put the Henrique line out there because we feel that they can play against Barkov and not give up a whole lot. So that line was excellent. They've been excellent all playoffs long penalty killing. But now that they've thrown Henrique in there a couple games ago, now you're starting to see a little bit offensive flair. So good on them. These role players, Connor was first star. The role players, though, got this game going in the right way for the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah, the Panthers 0 for 4 on the power play, plus Edmonton got the shorty, and Edmonton gets a power play goal from Nugent Hopkins in the second period, so they're 1 for 6. The power play update for Conlon Motorsports will help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta or online at conlonmotorsports.ca. And Dylan Holloway, Rob, great hands for a goal with 5 minutes left in the first period, because that's one of those, I mean, it was a good pass from Leon. It was not a perfect pass, and Bob's coming out on him. Yep. And Holloway got around him. Well, almost around him, but he got chipped it past him.
And it's one of the reasons that we've been talking about Holloway all year long, and how I've always felt that this is a guy that's going to be your top 6 player because he knows how to score. He's got hands. He's creative. He plays like a bull. He plays a lot like Evander Kane. I know that after the game of this, Connor Brown talked about he's a star in the making. And I truly believe that. And maybe this playoff run is his coming out party, where it's like, okay, introducing him to the rest of the league. This is what I'm capable of doing. That was a huge goal. If the Florida Panthers get out of the first period down 2-1, different mindset in between periods. And at that point, the Florida Panthers don't have to open it up. Down 2-1, okay, we're just going to play it close to the vest. Don't give up any chances against. But when they're down 3-1, now they're having to open things up, and that's how you get odd man breaks against. And as we saw, Connor McDavid at the beginning of the second period makes it 4-1. So the extending of the lead by Dylan Holloway, you saw his speed by being able to break away and get the pass from Draisaitl, and then you saw the hands. So Holloway, I really liked the way that Chris Knobloch made the lines tonight. He gave Leon someone to play with, and Holloway, Leon, and RNH created out there tonight. And now that just gives the Florida Panthers another line to fear. And I think the Panthers haven't had to fear 2 offensive lines from the Oilers in this series. They do now.
All right, 8-1 Edmonton is the final. Panthers lead the series 3-1. We're going to have plenty of post-game reaction. We are in Studio 99. It's an absolute party. We'll call a quick timeout. It's Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
For the first time since 2006, our boys in orange and blue are in the race to bring Lord Stanley home. As we're cheering on our hometown team, don't forget to recycle those celebratory beverage containers. Learn more at abcrc.com.
If you're looking for a truck, make note of the horsepower. Study the towing capacity, the technology, but above all, pay attention to how it makes you feel.
Stuart Skinner was this. New offense. Nobody else down. And now you in this series begins his
one game and put a little bit of doubt on the other side. So I think the belief
his immediate availability right now.
Difference in this room after game 3 to what you're feeling and thinking after game 4?
I mean, honestly, similar. I think it's one win. It's one win closer. The mentality is the same. I think the belief is the same. But it's nice to go and do it and get a win and be able to get a couple past the goalie and show, that we can do it and put a little bit of doubt on the other side. So it's a good win.
Do you think that you unlocked something tonight? Maybe hesitant personally?
I mean, just scoring, to be honest. I think, I don't... there's no moral victories in hockey. You're down 3, even though you think you played pretty well, and the key is just to stick with it. I think people on the outside look and just see the score and see what the series score is, but in the locker room, we feel like we've been right there.
Other guys chip in early in the game like that. Like, they get you on the board.
Oh, God. I mean, I thought Yanni, Brownie, and Rico, that line was phenomenal. Yanni and Brownie have been phenomenal on the kill, and just another timely goal, get the crowd into it. It's just, you don't win without everybody, and on any given night, it can be somebody else, and that's what teams win, is with everybody contributing. And tonight you see what happens when everybody's feeling well and playing their game, and I mean, it was I think every single person played well tonight, and we got the result.
Zach, what's it say? Okay, not just the way that Connor led this team on the ice, but we've got Tkachuk and Bennett both taking shots at him behind the net there in the second period. He's just kind of laughing at them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it says a lot about him as a leader. I got hit in the head by Bennett, and I don't know. I mean, I think he might have been the first one in there. I can't see because I'm on the ice, but I can look up, and he's in there. So he just sticks up for his teammates, and he's not afraid to get in the scrum, and they go and take 2 penalties, and we score on it. So, yeah.
Zach, when you hear, David and Gretzky in the same breath, and for him to be the one on top, you've seen a lot in the last 3 years. What does that illustrate, do you think?
It's pretty unbelievable, obviously. I don't think many people think that any of Wayne's statistics are attainable, because, he's the great one, right? And I think Connor is, putting together one of the best postseasons, obviously. And I think he's the guy who sets everybody up. He's taken that onus, and I think anytime our team's back is against the wall, he's the first guy to push back, and for us to come back, he's got to be the best, and he seems to always be the best when we're in these situations, so we're fortunate.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of momentum all the time in the playoffs in one game. It's always new. How do you ensure that you're able to come close with a similar performance? Not necessarily 8-1, but effort-wise, battle-wise.
I mean, I thought we battled hard in 3 of the 4 games. We probably battled hard in all of them, but we thought we were the better team in 3 of the 4 games. And I thought tonight we limited our mistakes, and the mistakes that we did have, our goalie bailed us out. So I think we didn't change anything into this game. We just played hard. We were able to score. We got big saves. It's a pretty simple game. You win more battles than the other team, and you get more looks, and you're going to score.
Did you make a conscious effort? It seemed though you guys were trying more stretch passes, right? Like, guys were leaving the zone a bit early. Was that part of the game plan, and why do you feel it was successful?
Oh, they're super aggressive. So anytime you can stretch the zone, if you're able to quick attack, it's hard to get all the way back. But I think we were trying to do that in all of them. Maybe in this game it was more successful, but I just think that we had everybody going. I think that's the key is 4 lines are going, 3D pairs, the goalie, everybody was playing well.
It's an 8-1 game. What do you say about Stu, especially early? I mean, there's that good save on 2-on-1.
Yep, massive save. I mean, game-changing save. Yeah, he was the better goalie, obviously. He kept us. He made those huge saves in the first, and then all along just was steady.
I know it's a high bar, but what do you think of the atmosphere in the building, right? Considering the situation, the way the fans showed up, the inside. I mean, they turned out tonight.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were phenomenal, and we got to go and win a game to give them another chance to be like this, and I'm sure it'll be crazy. So I'm not getting ahead of ourselves, but it's I'm sure as an opposing team, it's not a fun place to play.
Zach, I know you guys like.
There was Zach.
He also had 30 in 1985 and 29 in 1987. Lemieux had 28 in 91. So McDavid passes the great one for a pretty significant playoff record.
Well, you win a couple more games, you can add to that record. I mean, it has stood for a long, long time. You can make it stand for an even longer amount of time. But the Edmonton Oilers just want to keep on playing. And tonight, their star players showed up in a big way.
Yeah, Draisaitl's on the score sheet for the first time in this series. He had a couple of assists. Hyman winds up with 2 assists. He briefly was credited with a goal that wound up going to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, so he gets on the score sheet as well. Evan Bouchard had an assist tonight. I mean, obviously the Oilers' stats are going to be phenomenal tonight. Broberg is +3. Ceci is +3. Well, actually, oddly enough, Nuge wound up with a minus tonight, but I think everybody played pretty well. Nuge had 4 shots on goal. Darnell Nurse had 6 shots on goal. He was +3 tonight. Nurse had 11 shot attempts, led the Oilers with 5 blocked shots. So oddly enough, Bouchard didn't. The only 2 guys not to have a shot on goal for the Oilers were Bouchard and Broberg, oddly enough.
Hey, well, it's weird that Bouchard didn't.
Yeah.
He had a number of attempts towards the net. Florida Panthers do a pretty good job of getting in the shooting lanes with him, but when you do that, that means you have to be drawn out a little bit further. That opens up other plays in the offensive zone. The Oilers' power play created again tonight. They finally got 1 to go in the back of the net. It was on a 5-on-3, but they created, and the goose egg is now gone for their power play, and hopefully they'll be able to build on that in Game 5, because if the Oilers want to continue in this series, I do believe their power play has to continue to be a factor.
All right, let's go at the mic for Avalon Foundation Repairs, Western Canada's leading foundation repair company for over 50 years and home of the lifetime warranty. Huge game tonight for this guy, especially early. It's Matthias Janmark.
That power play, you guys are doing so many good things, but scoring the goal, the shorthanded goal, how big is that for the group just to get him going?
Yeah, for sure. I think you could look back at last series against Dallas, was a little similar. I think our power play is playing, they're always playing good. Every time we get a power play, you think they're going to go out and score. That's the way it feels now too. And then the longer the series goes, I'm sure they're going to break through. They did tonight, and hopefully they can do it again.
This is a team that, those Panthers, they don't make a lot of mistakes, but you guys capitalized on their mistakes early. How important was it to cash in?
Yeah, we talked about that a little. We've been on the wrong end of that so far, and that's as simple as it sounds. That's maybe been the difference. We've made a couple mistakes. They've capitalized, and talked about trying to flip that and work tonight, and we got to do it now for another 60 minutes.
You get a short-handed goal, it gets the crowd right into it, obviously, too. Eh? The crowd is all excited, and then you get
yeah, I think 5-on-5 they would have been excited too. I know on the power play, but yeah, it hits a little more on the PK and the first goal of the game, so that was big.
What was how big a save was Stuart Skinner 2-1 cross crease?
For sure, yeah. I was out there for that one. They just scored, and we had something going, and they almost got it right back, and he saved it, and then that allowed us to get back to our game and get the third one, and we rolled on from there. So that was a game changer for sure.
There's a lot of nights in the year when you guys get your momentum and your scoring and your oxygen from the big guys. Tonight, it was the depth players like yourself, Connor Brown and stuff, who came out and gave this team a good start. Does that make you know what's it do for a team when it doesn't always come from the same people?
Well, I think Dave had a couple points tonight too, but Yeah, I mean, I think that is depth scoring. I mean, the top guys are going to carry the load a lot of nights, but there's going to have to be nights where we chip in, and tonight was one of those nights. And you want to have them as often as possible, but that's just not going to be it. But yeah, that was big tonight, and hopefully we can have one more of those or two more of those.
Did you feel like that big swing that they hit the post a couple times right before you guys score? You come the other way and score. Is that kind of that puck luck turning around that you guys have been talking about over the first 3 games of the series?
Well, yeah, for sure. That's a part of it. And like you said, that's probably been going their way. At the end of the day, it's just one game. So I think it's more the effort. And like I said about the mistakes, trying to limit our mistakes and trying to put the burden on them to not make mistakes. And that's more it, but for sure, balances are nice, but like it's only one game at the end of the day.
What does winning like this do for you guys in terms of confidence of showing not only you can beat these guys, but you can rout these guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's a fun game to play at home, score a couple of goals, give the fans something to cheer about. And it's nice to break through, finally. But I mean, yeah, we won this game, and now we're going to show up in Florida and play the same way for 60 minutes, and we're going to have a good chance of winning that game if we do that.
See you again, Mark. Let's keep the post-game rolling. Here's Chris Knobloch.
And, you know, how many slot chances they got, but Stu just covered those up, so I don't know. Probably we had a little more breakdowns in the defensive zone than I think we had.
Play the bumper, baby.
And Chris, from me, I just want to ask you about the contributions of Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown. They seem to be getting stronger as the playoffs go along. It looked like they were shot out of a cannon tonight.
Yeah, those two might have been our best players, and they've been playing really well for a long period of time. And I know Brownie, especially when I'm talking about Brownie, is difficult for him this season. You know, he didn't play last year. He had a major surgery, and he was just building his game, and you know, it was difficult. But throughout the season, he just kept on getting better and better and better. And now he's kind of, throughout the playoffs, he's kind of what we anticipated, what we wanted him for. And you know, also with him and Janmark playing together, whoever their centerman's been, and right now Rico's our guy, and they've been playing well together. But yeah, they've definitely a big part of our success.
Stay in that same row, Josh.
Chris, you've had a front row seat to Connor McDavid for a lot of his career, junior, and then now, considering the stakes tonight, where does this performance rank?
Well, very high, just because of what was at stake. You're an elimination game here in the final. Yeah, he just continues to impress everyone. Quite a night for him to set the record, and you know, we're obviously very happy for him to be part of that. But yeah, he just keeps on making plays and scoring goals, making assists, whatever. But yeah, it was a great performance.
On the right, standing Frank.
Chris, you talked a lot about having your team continue with the process to try and finish. You get 8 past Florida tonight. What does that do for your team moving forward in terms of just having that dam finally break?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, rewind back to Game 3 in the third period. We're getting 2 goals in the third period. That definitely helps our confidence. You know, I don't know if we had more chances than Game 1, Game 3. Definitely more than Game 2. But I thought Game 1, 3, and 4 were very similar in the chances. Tonight, just more confidence, a little more luck. Pucks went in the net, but overall, I thought 3 of our 4 games have been very similar.
Left side, back row.
Coach, I just wanted to ask you about Stuart Skinner's performance tonight. Connor Brown called him an old soul. Connor McDavid said that a lot of his saves were really timely. What about Stuart Skinner's performance was so impressive for you?
Oh, he made so many key saves at key moments. You know, I'm not sure what the score was. I think it was 2-1, and he made there was an east pass, one-timer shot in the first period. He makes that save, and then we go down and score and make it 3-1. You know, that's a difference maker right there. And there was a couple in the second period. They score, they're back into it. He makes a key save. And then in the third period, there were some big saves. I'm not going to say they were key saves because it probably doesn't impact the game very much. But the ones that he made in the first and the second were huge for us.
Second row left side, Bob.
Chris, organizations need their first round picks to have some impact at some point. Holloway and Broberg. There's been some time here in this journey for them. Just a thought on what you're getting out of both players right now with Dylan and Phillip.
Well, tonight, I think we talked about Broberg before, and he was thrown in the fire against the Dallas series, and I think for the situation, he played really well. And since that game, he's just continued to get better and better and better. And Dylan came out on fire early in the series against LA with a couple goals one game, and maybe didn't show up on the score sheet, but I think he was contributing to our success, getting in on the forward check, a lot of hits. I don't know how many key block shots like he had tonight. He had one fantastic one like that, but a lot of those, we need those guys. They've been really good for us, and I think the biggest thing is just having that youthful energy, the speed, the physicality. They've been good for our team.
Right side, fifth row, Steven.
Chris, you made a major change with your top two lines and moving Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Morin Fogel there. What was the thought process in that, and how satisfied were you to see it work out?
Well, happy that we scored 8 goals, and I thought the line chemistry was good, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know if as a team we played much better than games 1 and 3. We definitely had the goal scoring. We were able to put the puck in the net, and there was just a amount of time that was going to happen. But I don't know. Overall, I thought it was pretty good, I guess.
All good. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Well, I like the fact, too, it's not the team was excited they won, but it's not an overexcitement. It's not a we just won the Stanley Cup type of excitement. It's business. They came tonight. They had a goal. They accomplished it. All right, let's get ready for the next one. And that's the way it's got to be the remainder of the playoffs for them. So they bought themselves another opportunity. And the last couple of days, there's been some pretty good words spoken out of the Oilers dressing room. I like Corey Perry said, you just don't know when it's going to happen again. Embrace the moment. Stuart Skinner the other night, when someone asked him, is it disappointing the way this series has gone? I'm playing in June. I'm enjoying this moment, and that's what it is. Enjoy what you have right now in front of you. Again, you can't have something incredibly special happen unless you find yourself in a position to make some magic. And the Oilers, falling behind 0-3, have put themselves in a position that the only way that they can have success in this series is by having a magical run here. Well, why not? Just why not? So tonight was step one. Now you're going to get on a plane tomorrow, go to Florida, enjoy this for a couple days, and then Tuesday night, that comes step number 2.
So, I gave Bobrovsky stats there. Obviously you credit the Oilers shooters going to the net. Is there a little bit to it too, Rob? Not just, but is part of it just the law of averages?
I think a lot of it is the law of averages. He was at 970 or something, or 960 in the series. I love Bobrovsky as a goaltender. He's fantastic. But no goaltender is over the long term a 960 or 970 goalie. They just can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible. And then you're playing against the best players in the world in Connor and Leon. So it's not always going to work out for you. So the pucks sometimes hit goalies. And Bobrovsky made the save on McLeod when it was 4-3 the other night. Bobrovsky didn't see that, but things are going your way. Tonight, they showed a bunch of saves as we're sitting here. Skinner, there were some of those pucks Skinner didn't see, and they hit him. And there was a couple saves that he made where he got just a piece of it, where if it was an inch higher, it's in the net. So the law of averages say that good goaltenders will get bounces and breaks, at times, but it's at some point there are going to be pucks finding the back of the net. Tonight it did. And you hope that on Tuesday night that the Oilers are 1 inch inside the post, or 1 inch over the pad, or 1 inch inside of the underarm, and they find ways to get to the back of the net. Whereas the Florida Panthers right now are hoping that the Stuart Skinner run that he had tonight, it cools off in Game 5. So I don't think, and Knobloch has said it 3 or 4 times during this series about the luck. When you're trying to score goals, there is an element of luck. When you tip a puck, I stood in front of the net for most of my career. When I tipped a puck, most times I didn't know where the puck was going. I was just trying to change the direction. And you need luck that the puck finds a spot that the goalie isn't. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers' luck found the back of the net 8 times, and that's a good thing going forward. Hopefully, they'll have some more puck luck on Tuesday night in Game 5.
780-496-0063. We will welcome Big Bad Joe on the open line. BBJ, go ahead.
Guys. What a game tonight, eh? I will first say thank you out to Tammy, who called the other night, that I made her feel. McDavid said it on the mic fan. He said that the 3 games we tried to score from the outside, and you saw it happening in the third game in the last 10 minutes. They went to the net, and tonight they went to the net, and now you see what's working. But the most important thing is they didn't take the foot off the gas pedal this time. They kept on pushing, and we all know if Edmonton pushes, nobody can beat them. And, it was just an awesome game tonight, and that's all what I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Big Bad Joe.
Hey, it's funny, while we were talking, they were just talking about puck luck and going to the net. They just showed a replay of the Janmark shorthanded goal. I think that puck, I think he was missing the net with the shot.
I didn't realize that until I saw it on the big screen.
Then I just watched it. So there again, that's puck luck. That's going to the right spot, creating the opportunity that puck could or that luck could shine on you.
Yeah.
And on that one there, Janmark was in the right spot. He swings at the puck. It's probably going to miss the net, but hits Ekblad, goes into the back of the net. That's a good thing. So the Edmonton Oilers, they were hanging around the blue paint. Because they're hanging around the blue paint, they found the back of the net 8 times.
8-1, the Oilers win it. You're still going to hear from McDavid, Draisaitl, Holloway, and Brown as the Oilers have forced Game 5 in this series. Oilers at Panthers on Tuesday. Studio 99 continues to be overflowing with joy and some of the products that help create joy. Back with more after a quick news and weather update.
Kyman, he had 2 assists.
Important,
Hits. And he actually had to take 1 face-off as well. He wanted a 100% face-off percentage. Find the seam is what we need to do on Oilers Plus. And Trent Schneider has done exactly that. Here's Connor Brown.
It obviously can't always be the big plays, and to get us going there with a couple goals it's important. That's kind of what you need.
Backs against the wall, coming to tonight down 3-0. You guys come out, not only win, but you win like that. What does that say about this team?
Yeah, we're a unique club. I feel we're most comfortable when we're kind of backs against the wall, and that's kind of what we showed at the beginning of the year when we were, dead last, or backs against the wall, and we came out and had some historic runs. So I think we're a unique club in that regard. When we get in a rhythm and we get playing our brand of hockey, we know what it feels like, and tonight it was exactly what it feels like. We're a scary club.
Safe to feel like an Erie Otters performance by Connor McDavid, just the way he dominated that game. That seemed like something you saw many years ago.
He does the same thing in the NHL, so he's been doing it at every level. He's fun to watch night in, night out. He leads the way on and off the ice. We're lucky to play with him.
To hear Wayne Gretzky and Connor McDavid in the same sentence, but then have McDavid be on top, what do you think that kind of resonates? What is that?
That's pretty special. Connor probably won't admit it, but you got to feel proud about that. It's not by accident. I've known Connor for a long time, and it's not an accident. He is the player he is. He works harder than anyone I've ever met. Night in, night out, he competes as hard as he can. He's our best player and competes the hardest. So, like I said, we're lucky to have him, and it's fun to watch.
You mentioned that backs against the wall, this team is the best. But McDavid kind of does that more than anyone, don't you think? Like he's the one who steps up when the team does, at the lowest point per se.
Absolutely, that's what the great ones do. I mean, they lead, and he's one of the greats, and he leads by example. Leads with his words, leads by example. So when you need a shift, when you need to play, he pulls it out time and time again.
Safe to say that you and Matthias Janmark have perfected that 2-on-1 shorthanded play.
Well, I think we were laughing. I think we had about 10 in the regular season. We didn't score one, so now we're clicking at a pretty good rate on the 2-on-1s. But it's working right now. And we're reading off each other pretty well on the penalty kill. And our whole group on the penalty kill as a whole. So we're having fun out there.
I know you didn't love the pass on the last one that you set Janmark up, but what did you think of the pass on this one?
I know I just ran out of real estate there and threw it back in front, but I thought it was Bob's obviously a tough guy to beat, and it's not like I went down there planning on going behind the net and throwing it back out in front. So it just kind of took what he gave me. Obviously, I don't think he established his ice, and I don't think he was really taking it back. Kind of took advantage of that, and Janitor stuck around the blue paint and hit it home. So I mean, that was a big goal for us.
Connor, how big was Stuart Skinner's cross crease save there, 2-1 in the first period there? What was your reaction on the bench when you saw that?
That was a message sender. I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Bobrovsky these first 3 games, but we got a young kid in goal who's an old soul, playing way above it, anything that I could have done at 23. I mean, to play the way he has this playoffs, every time he steps into adversity or same kind of thing. I mean, he's a beast, and he makes timely saves like that. So when he starts finding his rhythm, he's a scary goalie, and he's tough to beat.
You guys seem to get a lot of opportunities on the rush tonight. What do you think were some of the keys to getting those chances?
I thought we were calm with the puck. I thought we were patient with the puck, and it kind of led to having our head up and making simple plays, and then using each other. And I think that's kind of where it starts, in our own zone, patient with the puck, had our eyes up, making plays, and there's plays to be made out there, and tonight we made them. Well, I think we understand what it feels like. I mean, they're going to be on home ice. It's going to be obviously, it's not going to be easy, but we know what the kind of recipe is, and now it's fresh in our minds. Just replicate that recipe.
There's Connor Brown, who had a massive assist on the opening marker in this one. Of course, that one scored by Matthias Janmark. Loved what he said about the 2-on-1s and playing shorthanded. They seem to be clicking at the very right time. And our buddy Trent Schneider downstairs looking for a seam. I love the Trent. Action you can't get anywhere else. And who will ever doubt Trent? Here is Dylan Holloway.
It's just another example of him showing up on the biggest moments.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's such a great player, and that's what makes him so great, is when the pressure's the biggest, the moment's the biggest, he shows up.
You're a little too young for the Gretzky heyday, but you know what that means.
Yeah.
For him to be on top of that.
I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, most of Gretzky's records are considered almost untouchable, and Davo's, he's right there. So it's pretty special to watch, and it's just, I mean, he leads our team every day, on the ice, off the ice, leads by example. So I couldn't be happier for him.
What do you see from him in that regard? The day-to-day kind of grind and leading. What do you see from him?
What do I see? Just how much he cares, how much he works. He's smart at the way he goes about it. And he always puts in max effort. Every rep in practice is he's dialed in. He's not kind of lollygagging, no matter how tired he is. I know he's tired too, because he plays so much and practice the next day. And I'm tired and I play half what he plays, but he's so dialed in practice. And that's probably the biggest thing.
You could have stopped at 5-1. You could have slowed down, but you kept going. Why was it important to keep going?
Yeah, just for our team's morale, I think it was huge. Everybody was chipping in, and it wasn't about getting our cookies or anything. It was just about playing the right way and trying to play a full 60. So, when we play the right way for a full 60, good things happen, and that was just a byproduct of that.
Were there any speeches or any, words of encouragement we heard, recently about talking to last year? But I wonder if anyone stood up and said anything, maybe, or not at all.
Yeah, you know what? It was more of just a team belief. Everybody believes in this team. We've been through so much adversity this year, and it was just a team belief. We knew how special of a group this is. We know how good we can be, and I think the biggest thing is just not to put too much pressure on ourselves. The pressure's on them tonight, and obviously it's a big match, elimination game, but we play the best on our backs against the wall. So I think that was the biggest thing, is just the team belief.
Were you just waiting for one of the breakout games?
Yeah, thanks. I think, I just try and play my game. Obviously, wasn't scoring there for a bit, but try and contribute in other ways, and it was nice to get a couple of night though.
Chris makes some changes, puts Ryan down. What does it mean when you keep seeing him kind of make changes and work out all playoffs?
Yeah, he's a great mind. I think he knows the guys really well. Knows what he wants out of each player, and I think the way he's able to, kind of read the room and, like you said, make those changes, they seem to always work. So he's got a great mind, and it's cool to watch.
Don, how do you guys bottle up this energy and bring it down there? Because you know they're not going to want to turn around and come back.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing for us is not to get too high. Obviously, that was a massive win, but we still know what the circumstances are. We're still down 3-1. So the biggest thing for us is kind of just to forget that and use it, bottle it, kind of keep notice that we can do it, but just move forward.
Feed off the crowd. The crowd fed off you tonight. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, so it was unbelievable. Our crowd, I've been saying, is the best. They're so good. They're so energetic, and it's so loud in there. And then it's just like you said, they cheer for little things. It gets you fired up, and then you get more confidence. And if you do make a play, they get even crazier. So it's a pretty special environment.
Sort of people asked to just about on the TSM mark in his game today. How those start you got, they got shot out of Canada.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. He's been unbelievable all playoffs. I think him and Brownie, they've been stepping up for us, and those two don't get enough credit, I think, as they deserve. They've been super great for us, and then that start was unbelievable tonight. We needed that. We needed kind of someone to step up, alleviate that pressure off us, and they did that. And they've been unbelievable.
What does it mean when guys like you and him and Brown contribute offensively when not everything has to be with you?
Yeah, I think it's just huge for our team. I think we got guys in this room that can step up at any moment, and I think our big dogs are so good. They're so good for us all the time, and they play the hardest minutes. They play against their top guys too. So when we can chip in, I think it kind of keeps gets the pressure a little bit off them, and it's good for the team.
Dylan, just ask you one.
There was Dylan Holloway, of course, 2 goals, 1 assist, and a 3-point night for number 55. And we will be hearing from, I believe, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl on the podium.
55 more minutes.
That's scary.
It'll be 16.
It will be 16. Who knows? It might be 17 the way it's been going up. We've been following it.
It's almost an hour to buy tickets. There's a playoff bonus jackpot as well. It's at $5.2 million. So get a ticket for one or both, whatever suits your fancy. Greg McTavish is here. I saw him.
Oh, I see him standing over there, yes. He's in the middle of this sea of blue and orange.
During the newscast we had there was a very loud Let's Go Oilers chant that broke out here in Studio 99. So it's...
And there is one Florida Panther jersey in here.
Really?
Yep, right behind you.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Well, they had some fans leaving early from the ones you saw on the bus.
Yeah, that's right. Ed Jovanovski is in the house. She's wearing an Ed Jovanovski.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's an older Panther jersey. Not the person wearing it, but the jersey's former player who eventually, I think didn't he retire in Phoenix? Isn't that where he eventually finished his career?
Where did he play? Florida, Vancouver.
Phoenix.
Did he play somewhere else? We'll have to look it up. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But that's not him. That's a young lady wearing his.
He's not
t-shirt.
here. Zach Cassian in the house tonight.
Fernando Pisani was in the house.
They were both on with me. Ryan Whitney. Was that Biz Nasty?
That's Spittin' Chicklets. I got to be honest. If I had a body like that, I'd probably take my shirt off more often, Reed. I don't. That's why I wear button-up collars. But yes, Biz Nasty was in the stands tonight, and he was shirtless. And he and I think they may have been into the Pink Whitney at some point tonight, as they both looked very happy in the stands.
So Cassian, they showed a highlight video, some of his hits against San Jose, and then of course they showed his fight against Tkachuk, and then the time earlier in the season he wanted to fight Tkachuk, which started the whole turtle stuff. when he was, I mean, the alumni always get great cheers. When he was flashed on the board, people just spontaneously jumped up like it was incredible.
Yeah, it was. It was a pretty cool moment because this is the second time we've seen him in the playoffs, and the first time he got the crowd going, he was jumping up and down, screaming. Tonight he was in business attire, and they kind of brought him out, and the place went nuts. Again, the entire day here has been this good feeling. It's been a really good feeling downtown. There was no. We've come to games here in other series, Vancouver series, Dallas series, where there was a nervousness. There was an apprehension. I didn't feel that at all tonight. This was the people in Edmonton that came to this game tonight, came downtown tonight. They came to enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
And they were rewarded with a fantastic, fun hockey game. And they get to do everything that they're doing tonight. They get to do that again in 3 days' time.
8-1, the Oilers win Game 4. 2 goals from this guy, Dylan Holloway.
Yeah, it's massive. I think when everyone's chipping in, that's when we're at our best. And, Brownie and Yanni had an unbelievable start there. That kind of set the tone for the whole game and kind of eased the pressure off everybody. So that was massive for them, too.
You see McDavid do what he did tonight, 4 points. It's just another example of him showing up on the biggest moments.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's such a great player, and that's what makes him so great is when the pressure is the biggest, the moment's the biggest, he shows up.
You're a little too young for the Gretzky heyday, but you know what that means. You know that player.
Yeah.
For him to be on top of that, it's just it's season.
Oh, I mean that's unbelievable. I mean most of Gretzky's records are considered almost untouchable, and Davo's he's right there. So it's pretty special to watch, and it's just I mean he leads our team every day on the ice, off the ice, leads by example. So I couldn't be happier for him.
What do you see in Brown in that regard? You know, that day-to-day kind of grind and leading. What do you see from that?
What do I see? Just how much he cares, how much he works. He's smart the way he goes about it. And he always puts in max effort. Every rep in practice is he's dialed in. He's not kind of lollygagging, no matter how tired he is. I know he's tired too because he plays so much and practice the next day. And I'm tired and I play half what he plays, but he's so dialed in practice. And that's probably the biggest thing.
You could have stopped at 5-1. You could have slowed down, but you kept going. Why was it important to keep going?
Yeah, just for our team's morale, I think it was huge. Everybody was chipping in, and it wasn't about getting our cookies or anything. It was just about playing the right way and trying to play a full 60. So, we play the right way for a full 60. Good things happen, and that was just a byproduct of that.
Were there any speeches or any, words of encouragement we heard, recently about jumping last year? But I wonder if one stood up and said anything, maybe or not at all. Everyone kind of knew what.
Yeah, you know what? It was more just a team belief. Everybody believes in this team. We've been through so much adversity this year, and it was just a team belief. We knew how special a group this is. We know how good we can be, and I think the biggest thing is just not to put too much pressure on ourselves. The pressure was on them tonight, and obviously it's a big match, elimination game, but we play the best on our backs against the wall. So I think that was the biggest thing, is just the team belief.
Were you ready for those breakout games because you're working a while? This was a breakout game.
Yeah, thanks. I think, I just try and play my game. Obviously, wasn't scoring there for a bit, but try and contribute in other ways, and it was nice to get a couple of nights.
Chris make some changes, puts Ryan down. What does it mean when you keep seeing him kind of make changes and they work out all playoffs?
Yeah, he's a great mind. I think he knows the guys really well. Knows what he wants out of each player, and I think the way he's able to, kind of read the room and, like you said, make those changes, they seem to always work. So he's got a great mind, and it's cool to watch.
So how do you guys follow up this energy and break it down? Because you know they're not going to want to.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing for us is not to get too high. Obviously, that was a massive win, but we still know what the circumstances are. We're still down 3-1. So the biggest thing for us is kind of just to forget that. And use it, bottle it, kind of keep notice that we can do it, but just move forward.
Feed off the crowd fed off you tonight. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, so it was unbelievable. Our crowd, I've been saying, is the best. They're so good. They're so energetic, and it's so loud in there. And then, because it's like you said, they cheer for little things, it gets you fired up, and then you get more confidence. And if you do make a play, they get even crazier. So it's a pretty special environment.
I'm not sure if you've been asked this already, but just caught on Mattias Janmark in his game today.
How those, they start they're like shot at it.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. He's been unbelievable all playoffs. I think him and Brownie, they've been stepping up for us, and those two don't get enough credit, I think, as they deserve. They've been super great for us, and then that start was unbelievable tonight. We needed that. We needed kind of someone to step up, alleviate that pressure off us, and they did that. And they've been unbelievable.
What's the name of the
Dylan Holloway, his second 2-goal game of the playoffs, because he had one against the LA Kings. He's up to 5 in the postseason. So good performance from him. Great passing play with McDavid and Perry, and he finished it off for the Oilers' 7th goal of the game.
That was a wonderful play by Perry at the blue line. It's one, that's a guy that's been around, Corey Perry, with some confidence. Normally, when you're on the ice and Connor McDavid's coming up with speed and it's an odd man break, you're giving him the puck right away. But Corey Perry makes a really nice play and pulls both defenders to him. Then a nice deft little pass on his backhand to McDavid, who gives Dylan Holloway the wide open. And it's funny, Reed, we're in the finals right now. Think about two very important contributors to this team are two guys that were in the minors for most of the years, Broberg and Holloway. I mean, Holloway's moved up. Now he's in your top 6, has a 2-goal night in an elimination game. And Broberg is, if you're looking at players coming in and out of the lineup in the back end, he's not even in your conversation anymore. So two guys that spent the majority of the season in the minors have stepped up big time here in the playoffs and become huge contributors to a team right now that is looking to extend a series a couple days from now.
780-496-0063. We have Addison standing by. Addison, you're on with Rob and Reed. Go ahead. Do we have Addison? Okay, guess not. Let's go to Ernie on the line then. Ernie, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm calling from the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm hail from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. I've been a major Oiler fan since Wayne Gretzky era. The question I have for both of you is that you see the Panthers, they play that hard, grinding, body-checking kind of game, and the Oilers kind of play that finesse hockey game where they like to make the passes and all that. Is there any chance the Oilers would maybe change their game plan and kind of grind Panthers down? Because that's what seems to be working for the Panthers. They just seem to grind you down by hitting you so much.
Well, the Oilers, I mean, they to me are a physical team in the Western Conference. They're, to me, one of the most physical, if not the most. They are missing a big part of their physicality with not having Evander Kane in the lineup. In this series, we've talked about it. In this series, I believe tonight obviously was the Oilers were the better team. Game 2, Florida was certainly the better team. But the other two games, 1 and 3, the Oilers were, I thought, deserved Game 1. I really did, playing the style they are. I don't think the Oilers have to change a whole lot. They just needed a couple bounces and a couple of saves. They got both of those tonight. Having said that, they put themselves in a position where they have to have everything go their way the remainder of this series. But I don't think they change much of anything. They just need to continue to put pressure on the Florida Panthers, put pressure on Bobrovsky and net, and limit the number of big mistakes they've made. And the big thing again, reiterate, they got the saves they needed tonight from Stuart Skinner. Yep. And I know that Connor McDavid in his speech afterwards, he talked about the save on the 2-on-1. That was huge and set the tone for the Edmonton Oilers the rest of the game.
Yeah, a good question. I mean, Florida is a physical team. The hits tonight were 50-33 in favor of the Panthers if you follow the NHL.com stats. But, I mean, the Oilers can grind too. But, I mean, again, there's a reason both teams are here because they can grind it out. Sometimes Florida's been better at that. I do think the Oilers have had their moments as well. I mean, think of Jan-Mark Brown and Henrique tonight, keeping pucks alive, keeping pucks in at the blue line. I mean, I thought they were physical and on top of it. And I think that's part of this battle is who's going to have a slight edge each game. And for the Oilers, I mean, a lot of what they were saying was, well, we just have to keep doing it or do the fundamental things a little bit better. Shooting, people at the net. So today, again, the second goal, like we talked about after the first period, Jan-Mark makes a great play at the blue line to get the puck in. Henrique goes to the net, which he has been doing the entire series. the Janmark passes to it, he chips it in. So if you're watching the Oilers primarily, you're going to say they were finally rewarded for doing that. If you're the Panthers, their analysts are probably saying that's a play they've been sealing off and they failed to seal off. But that's the beauty of the game. He's going to execute.
And when we critique games or analyze games afterwards, and the fans call in, we're usually analyzing the goals against or the goals for. And the goals against that we've been talking about are big mistakes the Oilers have made. And we did throw out that the Florida Panthers were also making those exact same big mistakes. And in games 1 and 3, made more big mistakes than the Oilers did. But they were bailed out because they got some big saves by Bobrovsky. Tonight, they didn't get bailed out. And when the Oilers made big mistakes, in the first period, the Florida Panthers had a number of grade A looks. But Edmonton Oilers' big mistakes were limited, the damage, because Stuart Skinner made the big save. So this has been a series where the team who gets the big saves from their goaltender seems to be the team at the end of the night that wins the hockey game. And in the first 3 games, Bobrovsky was all world. Tonight he was human, and Stuart Skinner had the big night. Stuart Skinner outplayed Bobrovsky tonight, and the Edmonton Oilers get a big victory.
So the Oilers win at 8-1 as we check the out-of-town scoreboard for Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. CFL BC beat Calgary 26-17. DeChambeau leads the U.S. Open. He's 7 under, has a 3-shot lead. Blue Jays beat Cleveland 5-0. All right. If you're on hold, we will get to you. We're going to get to Draisaitl, McDavid as well, maybe some more post-game. Oilers are still alive, everybody. Panthers lead the series 3-1. Next game is Tuesday in Sunrise, Florida. We're coming back in a couple minutes. Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Now, back to Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
We think that everyone should be treated like a professional athlete with access to technologies like SwimX aquatic therapy, Ultra G zero gravity treadmills, and radial shockwave. You shouldn't have to be a professional athlete.
I mean, there's a couple of things. It was more I know. Super athletic.
Keeps working out when he makes those looks again.
UC Markkinen back in June of 2006. But let's fast forward to the now. And right now, we're going downstairs to 97 and 29. McDavid and Draisaitl at the podium at Rogers Place.
Both of them play. They've both been fantastic. Both huge pieces of the team. The job they do on the kill. I thought the whole line played great. They really got us going, you know. They played great.
Right side, second row, Ryan.
Leon, there's a lot of talk about a lot of chances but not finishing. You know this group well. How much can a night like tonight, where you put up this number, can that maybe shake some things loose for you?
Yeah, I think it certainly can. You just have to make sure that you put in the work next game to create those looks again, right? You know that they're going to be a little bit tighter and be focused on that part of the game, but you know, over the years we've always come through, you know, even with teams playing us tight. So obviously it feels good to put a couple goals on the board, but just have to make sure we stay on it.
Right side, fifth row, Steven.
Connor, all playoffs, Chris Knobloch's made changes that have worked out. He made a couple tweaks, obviously, with the top 2 lines. What is it about your guys' confidence in him that this keeps working out when he makes these changes?
He knows our team well. You know, he's been here long enough now to understand, you know, the different dynamics, both on and off the ice. So he's done a great job all playoffs long, understanding the group, understanding maybe what tweaks are needed. I thought he did another great job tonight and adjusting that way.
Left side, second row, Bob.
Leon, Paul Maurice referenced your guys' rush attack. Can you maybe speak to the work the defense did in terms of zone exit and getting the puck up the ice and moving you guys with speed?
Yeah, they're great. I think they've been really good at that pretty much all playoffs. You know, our D obviously have a tough job back there. You know, we play tight gap and then breaking the puck out, but they're doing a great job getting us going up the ice, and I thought we did a better job of handling that tonight.
That same row, Dan.
Connor, does scoring 8 change at all your feeling on the team and how it's played in this series and where you're at in this series? Does that matter to 8?
No, I don't think so. It's just one win. That's all it is. Doesn't matter if you score 8 or you score 1. It's just one win, and we got to go to Florida and do a job and drag them back to Alberta.
Left side, first row, Pierre.
Leon, power play gets one here in Game 4. It wasn't from a shortage of looks in this series. You're probably wondering how many posts you can hit before you finally get one. But can that lead to some momentum now in the power play, you hope?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've had lots of looks over the first 4 games, and certainly created enough to, have a couple go in. But, it's just not the way the game works sometimes. And just, proud the way that we always stick with it and continue to work at it and stay work-based. And, hopefully we can build off that a little bit.
In that same role, Mike.
Connor, I know it's all about championships and not records, but obviously tonight an assist record to break 99s. I mean, when your career is done, are you going to be able to wrap your head around? I mean, 99's got a lot of records, so to be able to do something like that is pretty special.
Yeah, I guess it is. Obviously not the focus, with where we're at, but, not lost on me, what he means to the game. And like I said, not the focus, not,
Left side, back row.
Connor, obviously you guys racked up the goals tonight, but Stuart Skinner and Ned had huge saves all night long for you guys. Can you just talk about his performance and how good he was for you guys tonight too?
He was great. He was great, especially timely. You talk about goaltending and needing timely saves, and I think about that 2-on-1 save. That would have made it 2-2, and you never know with how that might go. So he made some really timely saves. That was as big a save as you're going to get. But he was great.
Right side, Jason.
Leon, the team, it seemed you guys were maybe taking a page from Dallas tonight. Lots more stretch pass attempts. Is that to limit Florida being as aggressive? And it worked. It obviously was part of the Holloway goal from you. Did you guys make more of a concerted effort to try to stretch the ice?
Yeah, I mean, we try to, be as unpredictable as possible. I think that's one of our strengths within our group, that, we can play any way you need us to. Some nights it's the long game. Sometimes it's the rush game. We're a very talented group, of course, that creates a lot and looks to have, make plays with the puck. So tonight that was successful. I'm sure they'll adjust to it. So we obviously have to be one step ahead and adjust as well.
Anything else? We'll go. We'll take one more. Right side, front row.
Connor, in I think it was the second period, saw you exchange some punches with Tkachuk. We don't see that happen very often with you. What went on in that moment?
No, I didn't throw very many punches, but that's not the game I want to play. That's not the game. That's not my job to really do. I'm just there to make sure no one's getting outnumbered. And I thought Hyman was getting doubled up on by Bennett and Tkachuk, and just tried to jump in there and do my part as a teammate. And it's everybody's got to jump in there in those moments. And it wasn't anything there. Just didn't want 2 guys on Hyman.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Oilers captain and alternate captain Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid, not in that order. I completely screwed up that order. For Connor McDavid, 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 points. Leon Draisaitl had a pair of helpers in this one.
Okay, we're giving too many grade A looks from the middle of the ice. Well, let's clean that up. Let's play on the safe side. If we're not going to win the battle, if we're not going to win the race, we'll be on the proper side defensively. Let's not lose the race and give up a grade A scoring chance against. As for the line combinations, the Oilers needed more than one line offensively to score. And with Kane out of the lineup, Leon Draisaitl has had a carousel of wingers, and he's had games where he'd get 2 guys that were in the press box the night before, and they haven't been able to produce. I like taking someone away from Connor. Connor's good enough that if he has just Hyman on his line, things are going to be all right. But giving RNH to Leon, now Leon's got someone to play with that thinks the game the same way he does. And now you can throw in a Fogel and a Holloway. Those are guys with speed that can create with their speed, but they also allows the Oilers to make two lines in their top six that will give stress to the Florida Panthers. And now you're like, hey, who do we put Forsling against? Okay, who do we put Barkov against? And then when you're on home ice like the Oilers were tonight, you could put the top two lines out against the third and fourth lines and against the second and third pairings. And I think Knobloch did that. So Knobloch has shown throughout the season, especially throughout these playoffs, his willingness to do the unorthodox and his ability to adapt as series move on. The Oilers seems to get better in every series. The Oilers got better as the series went on.
Yep, just got to keep doing that here. And what Tammy said about they don't pursue if they can't get to the puck, I really noticed that on the PK. I think they're aggressive, but they're smart.
Yep.
If I'm not going to get to that race, that's fine.
Live to fight another day.
Be here, so when the guy turns around with the puck, he's like, oh, the Oilers are set up. Now I can't do something quickly. But as you've talked about, Florida's very good at it too. If there's a bobble, if there's a close, or a 50-50 puck or puck you can pressure, then the Oilers go.
Yes, well, the Oilers and the Panthers are the same thing. It's when one guy goes, it's a jailbreak. Everyone goes. So that's why when you go, the first guy that starts the jailbreak, he's got to be 100% sure. Because if he goes and he doesn't get to where he's supposed to or doesn't win the battle, all the other Panthers or all the other Oilers have already started their route. Now they're in trouble. So you have to make good decisions. You got to make them quickly, because as soon as you start the decision making, it's like dominoes. Bang, bang, bang. We're all going to go. And the Oilers tonight were very good at that.
All right, we got Abbas checking in as well as the Oilers win 8-1. Abbas, go ahead, please.
What up, guys? That was an awesome match. My question tonight is, has anybody defeated a team a score of 10-1? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah, there's been. In the playoffs, I'm not sure in the Stanley Cup final, Abbas. I'd have to look it up. There's been playoff blowouts or high-scoring games. For sure. I mean, didn't the Oilers win a playoff game 13-3 or 13-2 over the Kings one year?
I don't know about that, but I know that they played the Blackhawks in some pretty silly games.
There's a 12-8 game.
Yeah.
Well, what was the game where he chased you? Wasn't that 11-9 or
10-7?
10-7, something like that. So
I scored the 8th and 9th goals to make it 8-2 and 9-2, and then they came back and made it 9-7.
Yeah.
It's a good playoff game. Good defensive
off the
struggle.
top of my head, I don't know if the Oilers have had one exactly 10-1, but in the history of the NHL,
I'm guessing there'll be something like that.
At some point, for sure. All right, we'll get to more of your calls, but I know people want to hear from these two gentlemen as well. It is Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid.
Hey, Connor. Just wanted to ask you about the contributions of Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown, how they looked like they were shot out of a cannon today, got you guys going, and they've kind of been getting better as the playoffs have gone along. How are you seeing both of them play?
They've both been fantastic. Both huge pieces of the team. The job they do on the kill. I thought the whole line played great. They really got us going, Yeah, they played great.
Right side, second row, Ryan.
Leon, there's a lot of talk about a lot of chances but not finishing. You know this group well. How much can a night like tonight, where you put up this number, can that maybe shake some things loose for you?
Yeah, I think it certainly can. You just have to make sure that you put in the work next game to create those looks again, right? You know that they're going to be a little bit tighter and be focused on that part of the game, but over the years we've always come through, even with teams playing us tight. So obviously it feels good to put a couple goals on the board, but just have to make sure we stay on it.
Right side, fifth row, Steven.
Connor, all playoffs, Chris Knobloch's made changes that have worked out. He made a couple tweaks, obviously, with the top two lines. What is it about your guys' confidence in him that this keeps working out when he makes these changes?
He knows our team well. He's been here long enough now to understand, the different dynamics, both on and off the ice. So he's done a great job all playoffs long, understanding the group, understanding maybe what tweaks are needed. I thought he did another great job tonight and adjusting that way.
Left side, second row, Bob.
Leon, Paul Maurice referenced your guys' rush attack Can you maybe speak to the work the defense did in terms of zone exit and getting the puck up the ice and moving you guys with speed?
Yeah, they're great. I think they've been really good at that pretty much all playoffs. Our D obviously have a tough job back there. We play tight gap and then breaking the puck out, but they're doing a great job getting us going up the ice, and I thought we did a better job of handling that tonight.
That same row, Dan.
Connor, does scoring 8 change at all your feeling on the team and how it's played in this series and where you're at in this series? Does that matter to 8?
No, I don't think so. It's just one win. That's all it is. Doesn't matter if you score 8 or you score 1. It's just one win, and we got to go to Florida and do a job and drag them back to Alberta.
Left side, first row, Pierre.
Leon, power play gets one here in Game 4. It wasn't from a shortage of looks in this series. You're probably wondering how many posts you can hit before you finally get one. But can that lead to some momentum down the power play, you hope?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've had lots of looks over the first 4 games, and certainly created enough to, have a couple go in. But, that's just not the way the game works sometimes. And just, proud the way that we always stick with it and continue to work at it and stay work-based. And, hopefully we can build off that a little bit.
In that same row, Mike.
Connor, I know it's all about championships and not records, but obviously tonight an assist record to break 99s. I mean, when your career is done, are you going to be able to wrap your head around? I mean, 99's got a lot of records, so to be able to do something like that is pretty special.
Yeah, I guess it is. Obviously not the focus, with where we're at, but, not lost on me, what he means to the game. And like I said, not the focus, not,
Left side, back row.
Connor, obviously you guys racked up the goals tonight, but Stuart Skinner and Net had huge saves all night long for you guys. Can you just talk about his performance and how good he was for you guys tonight too?
He was great. He was great, especially timely. You talk about goaltending and needing timely saves, and I think about that 2-on-1 save. That would have made it 2-2, and you never know with how that might go. So he made some really timely saves. That was as big a save as you're going to get, but he was great.
Right side, Jason.
Leon, the team, it seemed you guys were maybe taking a page from Dallas tonight. Lots more stretch pass attempts. Is that to limit Florida being as aggressive? And it worked. It obviously was part of the Holloway goal from you. Did you guys make more of a concerted effort to try to stretch the ice?
Yeah, I mean, we try to, be as unpredictable as possible. I think that's one of our strengths within our group, that, we can play any way you need us to. Some nights it's the long game. Sometimes it's the rush game. We're a very talented group, of course, that creates a lot and looks to have, make plays with the puck. So tonight that was successful. I'm sure they'll adjust to it. So we obviously have to be one step ahead and adjust as well.
Anything else? We'll take one more. Right side, front row.
Connor, in I think it was the second period, saw you exchange some punches with Tkachuk. We don't see that happen very often with you. What went on in that moment?
No, I didn't throw very many punches, but that's not the game I want to play. That's not the game. That's not my job to really do. I'm just there to make sure no one's getting outnumbered, and I thought Hyman was getting doubled up on by Bennett and Tkachuk, and just tried to jump in there and do my part as a teammate. And it's everybody's got to jump in there in those moments, and it wasn't anything there. Just didn't want 2 guys on Hyman.
All right, Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl after an 8-1 win over the Panthers. Connor McDavid a goal and 3 assists. And he surpasses Wayne Gretzky's record of 31 assists in a single playoff season. Gretzky set it in 88. McDavid up to 32 assists.
And hopefully not done. Hopefully he's got 3 more opportunities to add to that assist total. But it has been a wonderful run for Connor McDavid in these playoffs. And third period of Game 3 opened up a bit of the floodgates for Connor offensively. And then tonight he just continued that. So 6 points in his last 4 periods. It's a pretty good stretch for Connor McDavid. Hopefully that's the start of a lot more to come.
It's got a message here from Jay. I didn't know this. Apparently that's the most goals the Panthers have allowed all season.
Well, I mean, it is 8.
It is 8. The Oilers allowed 8 once. First game of the year.
Yeah. So it's not like it happens a lot. And Florida is usually tends to be in lower scoring games.
I think they've never allowed more than 6, he's saying. So
no. Hopefully the Oilers' puck luck and goals didn't get all used up tonight, and they've got a few more left in their bag of tricks, because I do believe they're going to see a much different effort from the Florida Panthers on Tuesday night.
Okay, Daniel in Australia is checking in tonight. Daniel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, g'day, boys. Thanks for taking my call. I don't know if I'm not very superstitious, so I don't know if it was because of my 06 jersey, but the boys pulled out a win, so that was great. It seemed like a lot of the goals I was scoring were over the pads of Bobrovsky. And I just got a question, like with a blowout like 8-1, is that just one that the Panthers are just going to take it as, oh, it wasn't our night, or does it put a seed of doubt in Bobrovsky and the defence mind now that the Oilers know how to score on them?
Yeah.
So
the Oilers got to 8. Does that place a seed of doubt for the Panthers, or does that make them just think, okay, we lost one game, who cares what the score is?
Yeah, in all honesty, it doesn't really affect them at all. They know they didn't play well. They know that they gave up way too many opportunities against, and a loss is a loss. But it also is a wake-up call for the Florida Panthers. They realize that if they get loose, this Oiler team's capable of putting up 8 goals. So to me, I don't think it's going to shake the confidence of the Florida Panthers, and it's certainly going to wake them up. But every game, as we've seen here in the playoffs, momentum really doesn't carry that far. And something will happen in the first 5 minutes of game number 5, which will create a momentum swing for one team or the other. So, yeah, I think it's a confidence boost to the Oilers. I don't think it really affects the thought process much of the Florida Panthers.
All right, we'll get to a couple more phone calls, and you're going to hear from Zach Hyman as well. The Oilers stay alive with an 8-1 win over Florida. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
Enjoy summer on your new composite deck from the team at Red Isle Contracting. As Edmonton and area's leading custom deck specialists for over a decade, Red Isle creates amazing outdoor spaces, not just for summer, but for year-round enjoyment. Let Red Isle design your dream deck, built using the finest composite decking available from Fiberon. This low-maintenance decking never needs to be stained or sanded and is backed by a 25 to 50-year warranty. Visit RedIsleDecks.com to schedule your free in-home design and consultation.
Your home for live music and great performance is the River Cree Resort and Casino. Grammy-winning and certified platinum, don't miss Gowan live from the venue at River Cree July 6th. Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
Work local and never miss a night with the family. Sherway Construction is hiring. They're currently hiring for heavy-duty mechanics, skilled laborers, and equipment operators. Sherway offers an extended work season, great advancement opportunities, competitive wages, and best of all, you'll be home every night. Submit your resume to careers@sherway.ca or visit sherway.ca to see all current opportunities. Alberta's growing. Help us shape it. Join the Sherway team today.
Welcome to Genstar's community of Kristalina Nera, a vibrant neighborhood in Edmonton's northeast designed with families in mind. Offering spacious parks, tranquil walking trails, and a community rich in amenities. With 2 future school sites, convenient shopping and dining, plus easy access to the Anthony Henday. With a variety of housing options available from award-winning builders, Kristalina Nera by Genstar is where families flourish. Visit Kristalina's beautiful show homes today, and for more, visit genstar.com.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers, Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits and RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at karentransport.ca/careers. That's karentransport.ca/careers.
Who doesn't love the gridiron? Hard hits make the boys tough. Raises SUV for only blah, blah, blah month or blah, blah, blah month at blah, blah, blah % financing. Our balls are bigger. And the double E stands for extra energy, baby.
At the Cars Near Cause Company, yes, they sell cars, but not like that.
Save $500 just for mentioning you heard this ad on 156th Street and always at carsnearcause.ca. I have a lot of debt, but I'm scared to get help because I'm afraid bankruptcy is my only option.
When it comes to debt solutions, many people think it's either a debt consolidation loan or bankruptcy, and nothing in between. The reality is that there are many options to consider, from credit counseling to debt management to a consumer proposal. My name is Jordan Day, and I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton, and I can walk you through all your debt relief options for free. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to learn more.
Now, back to Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
We think that everyone should be treated like a professional athlete with access to technologies like SwimX aquatic therapy, Alter G zero gravity treadmills, and radial shockwave. You shouldn't have to be a professional athlete to be treated like one. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Montour shoveled behind the net. Ekholm, a weak clear. Montour the steal. A one-timer. Bennett rebound. What a save! Skinner on Matthew Tkachuk. Backhander, and Bennett had the stick chopped out of his hands, and that'll be a penalty against the Oilers' Corey Perry. That was another one Skinner got with his left wrist, just like that save on Verhaeghe in the first period. That was about 8:12 left in the third. The Oilers were up 6-1 at the time, and they win it 8-1 as the Oilers win a game in the Stanley Cup Final for the first time since Game 6 in 2006. That was June 17th, 06, a 4-0 win over Carolina at Rogers Place. Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown in Studio 99. We have Louie calling in tonight. Louie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot for taking my call. I just kind of wanted to give a shout-out to Mr. Holland and the management team. I was one of those fans, free agency and then the summer trade deadline and stuff. I was thinking we missed out on some big guys, but they really had a plan for their pieces of the puzzle. No matter what happens in this series, we're raising a banner at the end of the year. And I just wanted to give a shout-out to you guys. I wasn't able to watch the game. I'm working night shifts, but you guys, was listening to you. It was awesome. And Rob, you really had me laughing at the fishing line you threw out to Shania there at the end. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. No, we appreciate it, Louie. Sorry you had to work, but appreciate you tuning in. Well, I mean, look, we're not going to go over every move, obviously, but Henrique has helped.
Yes.
And then going back to last year, Ekholm was pretty significant
massive
trade.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the things he didn't do. I know that at the beginning of the year, the way that the Oilers season started, there was a lot of people saying that there's something wrong in the dressing room. They've got to move one of the big players. They got to make a trade for a big name goaltender. And Holland believed that he had the team here. He believed that, we'll make a move. We'll send Campbell down. We'll bring Pickard up, try to settle things down. And let's not subtract something from a team that we like. And the non-moves have worked out for the Edmonton Oilers. Again, they're down in the series, but you look at it from a positive, a glass half full, they're 3 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup. And this is a team that started as poorly as it did. People were calling for the GM's job. They lost the coach. He moved on. And they're 3 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup. So I do believe that Ken Holland has put together a very good hockey club. And hopefully after Tuesday night, the Edmonton Oilers will be 2 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup.
Seeing some posts on social media. My buddy Jay Onwright's face with the words, "You're off the case, Bobrovsky." Because, of course, Jay, one of his go-to lines. That's quite something they got him pulled after the way the first 3 games went.
I agree, and I was wondering after the 4th goal if they might pull him just to give him a breather and settle everything down before, as we know, he's going to be back in net Tuesday night in Game 5. And eventually he did find the bench, and we saw Stolarz for the first time in these...
Former Oiler.
Yeah, former Oiler.
Briefly.
Yeah, I mean, back in the play. Did he play a game, or was he the 3rd goalie? I can't remember.
No, he was here in 18 or 19. He played, not a lot. Wasn't that the Talbot, when Talbot got traded? I believe that's what it was. He played 6 games in 18-19.
There you go. Big part of that season. Well, he
traded for Talbot February 16th, 2019.
Well, he got into a Stanley Cup Finals hockey game. I don't think that was on their bingo card before this game started, but it was fun. It was exciting. The fans enjoyed it, and now the next step is a few days from now.
Yeah, do it again.
And I think I thought I heard Bob say they leave tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going tomorrow.
Is Florida going tomorrow? They're going to wait until Monday.
They would go tomorrow, going home. Yeah. They're not going to wait. 8-1, the Oilers take it. Let's go down to the dressing room one more time. Here's Zach Hyman.
Maybe take us through the 48-hour difference in this room after Game 3 to what you're feeling and thinking after Game 4.
I mean, honestly, similar. I think it's 1 win. It's 1 win closer. The mentality is the same. I think the belief is the same. But it's nice to go and do it and get a win and be able to get a couple past the goalie and show, that we can do it and put a little bit of a doubt on the other side. So just a good win.
Do you think that you unlocked something tonight that maybe hasn't been there in the first game?
I mean, just scoring, to be honest. I think, I don't... there's no moral victories in hockey. You're down 3, even though you think you played pretty well, and the key is just to stick with it. I think people on the outside look and just see the score and see what the series score is, but in the locker room, we feel like we've been right there, and I think that's fueled the belief in this group. And every win, that belief grows, and I'm sure outside the belief starts to grow a little bit, but we're just focused on one game, and we bought ourselves another couple days here.
Zach, what did you think of...
Sorry.
When you expected to score every night, how much does it help you when other guys chip in early in a game like that? Like, they get you on the board?
Oh, my God. I mean, I thought Yanni, Brownie, and Rico, that line was phenomenal. Yanni and Brownie have been phenomenal on the kill, and just another timely goal, get the crowd into it. It's just, you don't win without everybody, and on any given night, it can be somebody else, and that's what teams win, is with everybody contributing. And tonight you see what happens when everybody's feeling well and playing their game, and it was I think every single person played well tonight, and we got the result.
Zach, what's it say? Okay, not just the way that Connor led this team on the ice, but you've got Tkachuk and Bennett both taking shots at him behind the net there in the second period. He's just kind of laughing at them.
Yeah, well, I think it says a lot about him as a leader. I got hit in the head by Bennett, and I don't know. I think he might have been the first one in there. I can't see because I'm on the ice, but I can look up and he's in there. So he just sticks up for his teammates, and he's not afraid to get in the scrum, and they go and take 2 penalties, and we score on it. So, yeah.
Back when you hear, like David and Gretzky in the same breath, and for him to be the one on top, you've seen a lot in the last 3 years. What does that illustrate, do you think?
It's pretty unbelievable, obviously. I don't think many people think that any of Wayne's statistics are attainable because, he's the great one, right? And I think Connor is, putting together one of the best postseasons, obviously. And I think he's the guy who sets everybody up. Like, he's taken that onus, and I think anytime our team's back is against the wall, he's the first guy to push back, and for us to come back, he's got to be the best, and he seems to always be the best when we're in these situations, so we're fortunate.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of momentum all the time in the playoffs in one game. It's always new. How do you ensure that you're able to come close with a similar performance? Not necessarily 8-1, but effort-wise, battle-wise.
I thought we battled hard, and 3 of the 4 games. We probably battled hard in all of them, but we thought we were the better team in 3 of the 4 games. And I thought tonight we limited our mistakes, and the mistakes that we did have, our goalie bailed us out. So I think we didn't change anything into this game. We just played hard. We were able to score. We got big saves. It's a pretty simple game. You win more battles than the other team, and you get more looks, and you're going to score.
Did you make a conscious effort? It seemed though you guys were trying more stretch passes, right? Like guys were leaving the zone a bit early. Was that part of the game plan, and why do you feel it was successful?
Oh, they're super aggressive. So anytime you can stretch the zone, if you're able to quick attack, it's hard to get all the way back. But I think we were trying to do that in all of them. Maybe in this game it was more successful, but I just think that we had everybody going. I think that's the key is 4 lines are going, 3D pairs, the goalie. Everybody was playing well.
It's an 8-1 game, but what do you say about Stu, especially early? There's that good save in 2-on-1.
Yep, massive save. Yeah. A game-changing save. He was the better goalie, obviously. He kept us. He made those huge saves in the first, and then all along just was steady.
I know it's a high bar, but what do you think the atmosphere in the building, right? Considering the situation when the fans showed up on the inside, they turned out tonight.
Oh yeah, they were phenomenal, and we got to go and win a game to give them another chance to be like this, and I'm sure it'll be crazy. So I'm not getting ahead of ourselves, but it's. I'm sure as an opposing team, it's not a fun place to play.
That is Zach Hyman, who helps the Oilers win Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final 8-1 over the Florida Panthers. Thanks to Bryn Griffiths for getting the post-game audio tonight. You can get more on this game, more on the Oilers on 630ched.com or globalnews.ca. We do have a next game broadcast. It is going to be Tuesday. Oilers at Panthers. Oilers now at 2. Face-off show at 4, game at 6, as the Oilers will try to make it one more game once again. Thanks to Troy Bowler, our game day engineer here at Rogers Place, and to Kellen Kennedy, our studio producer, back at 6:30. Ched McDavid, 4 points, new record for most assists in one playoff season. Holloway, 2 goals and an assist. Skinner stops 32 out of 33. Janmark scores shorthanded. 8-1, the Oilers take it. On behalf of Rob Brown, I'm Reed Wilkins. Thanks for listening to Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.